start recording.
Excellent. So, first of all, thank you everyone for coming to the campaign known as Into the Wildlands. Setting is in the world of Toriel, also known as the Forgotten Realms, to those that are keenly aware of the particular books. But we will not be in Sword Coast, Faerun, or other such lands. This goes beyond the trackless seas into a new continent, and it has just been recently
Mic
been
off.
colonized in the past couple of decades by a certain wealthy family, to be known as the Omanans family. A nobility, very high level on their merchandise, mercantils. They also enjoy their exotic goods. However, colonization of the wildlands has been very, very slow. Not just because of the intense raw materials, resources, the raw magic that seems to be the embodiment of chaos and savagery, but also the local natives are not quite fond of the outsiders pillaging their precious land. And it seems to be rumored by many that large creatures, different from the sauropods, the dinosaurs of Chult and other forgotten islands and lands, much larger, more primal, a savage intelligence, and a merciless appetite. So far, the current city that many have been gathering and has been fully established thanks to the Omanance's family connections and mercantile control is the port city of Menzado. Located a little bit on the north in the center part of the continent, in between the Thunder Coasts and the Frost Mountains. Various adventurers, merchants, thrill seekers, people just want a new residence to live in, come to the city, and while it is the first and only colonized port city that has established its base into the wildlands and has made various routes deeper into the continent toward the other bases, which our adventurers shall be seeing one way or another. The city of Menzado has successfully been standing for the past 3 decades, thanks to the aid, influence, of course, by the Omanance family, many adventurers, merchant traders. They come here from the mainlands of the Forgotten Realms and from beyond to seek glory, fame, and new riches to begin their quest. However, we do happen to have quite the interesting people. So, let us begin going back 6 months ago to two particular people, pirates in a sense. A certain captain and first and second mate, Sindra Gallos and Azrael Severe. Please introduce yourselves.
Hello. I'm playing Sin Gigalos. Am I supposed to describe like what she looks like and such? Or?
No, what I wanted to hear was you guys to say you guys are ready, since now as you start, Sindra as the captain of the Winter Witch. Your first mate and also your second are both in the cabin with you discussing information. You're currently you're heading to the wildlands under a promise of payment from a very rich wizard. He has already paid you half up front, which was a total of 700 gold coins, and he will pay the remaining 700 upon safe arrival. Although, upon entering along with his entourage, he has chosen not to really speak with you guys. And your first mate, let me just get over here to the sheets of characters, because there's a lot of things I did here. Okay, so Amanar, Nara expresses her concerns. She does not quite like the secrecy that your newest resident or your guest has, even though he is paying quite well. So, Captain, what shall we do once we reach this port city of Menzado? I do not quite trust that mage with his 3 walking bodyguards.
The only reason we took this on was because it's simple. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He has been quiet. We haven't had any trouble from him yet, though I have had questions as to why he would hire us. And he didn't come under the auspices of hiring us above board either. That is going to be quite an interesting question, but I don't suspect he'll be too much trouble. It is simply that, well, with the heat that has been coming on from Neverwinter, we should probably let it die down a little. That is all. A vacation to the south. Besides, it does seem there's plenty of route out here to... Well, I wanted to see if there's anybody down here worth going after. There have been rumors in Waterdeep of such riches coming from this land. It's only a matter of time before they start sending people.
You're concerned about the so-called savage natives?
Well, Mana, you once called that yourself. So I
True.
believe that there is a number of reasons why. But, nonetheless, new trade route does promote new options. What do you say, Aziel?
I say I agree. We'll keep this option open. But all the same, I think going with Amarna here, just about the wizard. Well, I'll keep a close eye on them. It doesn't seem like they cause much for trouble, but there's nothing wrong with a little bit more open trade.
You see the first mate, which I shall now give her a shift Z. The first mate is nodding and just taking the opinions of both the captain and second mate. And this is none other than the captain, Sindra Gallows. And this is the second mate. So, Amanar just nods. Yes, I have Smee taking a look at, well, keeping an eye on our guest. Although, I am a little worried still. It's not just only because he's a mage, but he definitely has the haughty attitude that would normally be fitting for certain high elves. Actually, I might think he can make a high elf gag with that particular attitude of his.
Notably why I'm staying in here for most of this. Huh. Nonetheless, I do take your advice to heart, Mana. You know what to do if it comes to worse. There's a reason I've trusted you this long.
So, as you say this, you hear a loud knocking. Captain! Captain! It is urgent business.
Come in.
Entering, you see one of your many crewmen. Various people come to join, at times under your banner, or those that you had liberated, has sworn loyalty to you, which weighs far more value than just gold and material goods. One of the crewmen enters and simply addresses you properly with There has been people in the crow's nest have noticed a large storm heading this way.
So will it affect our heading, or will we be able to pass it around?
That's the problem, Captain. We have already making a new heading, but this may sound strange. It seems to be following us and is coming from the rear ends, Captain.
How are the winds?
Not good, as it seems like the winds are pushing against us from the storm itself. It's due to arrive within possibly 15 minutes.
It's approaching that fast.
Yes.
Sin looks at both Amarna and Arzel. Stands. All hands deck now.
Right away,
You're-
Captain.
Understood. And your crew begin to head out. Amanar is already making her orders and getting the crew ready for your attention.
She'll step outside and look up at the flags to see which direction the wind is coming from, to see if there's any course correction that could do it, or anything. But if it is like full against us,
The wind is indeed full against you. In fact, in many of your years of sailing out in the seas, you would never allow your sails to be pushed fully backwards. And many of your crew members are starting to arrive quickly. And unsurprisingly, the gentleman who is your guest does not make any movement and just simply stays at the head of the ship with his 3 guards simply standing at attention, which I shall Shiv Z, because you have already seen this gentleman many enough times. And his 3 guards. That, as you're remembering their faces, your particular crew member, Smee, approaches you. Good old Smee Goldtooth, who, as you may use his services, is good at gathering information. The others are waiting in attendant, but Smee actually quickly runs up to you, not in any sort of hostile manner, but more of an urgency. Captain, quick word before you start making a speech.
I wasn't going to throw up a speech. It's time to get to work. What is it, Smee?
Yes, well, the, the guest, it seems like, I'm not sure, but he seems to be reading his spell book. But I can't quite afford to get too much closer. His guards seem to be always on the full alert. Their weapons are not drawn yet, but they are. There's definitely a sense of unrest amongst them. That immediately moves here.
Well, before Smee goes,
Mm-hmm.
request that they return to their cabin. Don't need them up here running around being a problem.
Understood. Well, I almost did something really horrible to the token. And he starts to head off.
She'll step up to the halberd or the hybrid and
Okay.
all hands prepare for storm. Get that sail down. Get the jib up. Batten the hatches, all that. You know what to do. We don't have long. This thing seems to be upon us. Be ready for anything. Storms don't move that fast.
You hear the rallying shouts. Your crew, they know full well to put their faith in you as their captain, and thus they begin to set to work. Allow me to check one more thing.
Yeah, she'll step up to the wheel and just give it a full-on spin to turn them into it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So as you do that, you see from the distance me very cautiously approaching your guest. And as he does so, these two take a step forward, but siding on him, flanking him. There seems to be a discussion. You may roll me a perception check.
First roll of the game.
Indeed. 18. Passing. You see Smee, he's doing the hand gestures, and you know, for a goblin, and, well, as one of your little information gatherers, he tends to be very confident, but this is one of the few times he does not seem very confident. Almost intimidated, really, by the presence of your guest and the 3 of his bodyguards. And it seems that he is taking steps back, but not turning his back entirely toward them as he takes a few steps, and once he is far away enough, begins to make his way over. And he quickly runs over to you, speedy little goblin as he is. Captain, I think there might be a problem.
You mean besides that unnatural storm heading right on us that's probably here?
I think it's related to that.
She closes her eyes. For an easy day, is that? All right, Smee, what is it?
It seems like the wizard, I think he's a wizard, the man, magic man, with the guards, it seems like he has been watching it intensely and wishes to observe it. It says it is prime field experiment.
It's that moment where, you know, she closes her eyes, the one hand comes up with the glove and just starts rubbing her temples. She takes her glasses off, rubs her nose, you know, the bridge of her nose. Tell him I cannot guarantee his safety up here. In fact, you know what? Just have Ozzy tell him. Or is that, let's just...
Understood. I think he's quite capable of taking care of himself. Perhaps.
We don't get paid if he's dead.
True. So, with that, Smee will make his way over to Azrael. Second mate, Captain wishes for you to investigate our guest gentleman and to persuade him to not get himself killed.
Investigate how? Are we just trying to get him to go to his cabin?
Yeah.
Alright. Arizel will make her way to...
Shall I come with? Those guys look all pretty intimidating.
At least wait for me at the bottom of the stairs, if you don't mind.
Aye, aye. So, but
Cool. Arizel's gonna make her way up to talk to these guys up here.
okay.
Just stop
As
right
you-
about there.
Yes, as you're approaching, the two particular armor guards here, fully plated in armor and very distinctive each of them. Both of them almost seem to be ready to draw their weapons, but the gentleman just motions his hand and they immediately stop and just go on standby. And you do hear a very lofty, almost very arrogant voice that makes your skin crawl speak to you. I believe I had told your crew member that everything shall be fine. I have no need to worry or go under the ship.
Well, as the person that is paying us for the job, I figured going down and being safe in the cabin while the storm rapidly approaches us would make it so that you are safer down there than up here. For the waters can be dangerous when a storm approaches.
The man just closes the book that he was reading, crosses his arms, leans back onto the rail. How little you truly know about these waters, but I suppose this is your first time here, as it is mine. A field research into the primal energies of this land. First-hand experience. It is something that I truly desire to see currently. Worry not. There is no need to fret about my safety. Second. But I do suggest you all prepare yourselves for the possible worst. And you see for the briefest... Actually, roll me investigation.
Okay.
Ooh, that is a nice roll. You see the monocle, the particular headwear that this gentleman is wearing changes color, and it is very clear he is looking at the direction behind the ship. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, indeed. I believe all of you should be prepared for the inevitable incoming. Go on now, head to your captain. There's no need to worry about myself, as I had fully came here prepared for the, well, dangers of this land.
Reconsider it.
And in a arrogant manner, he kind of does a shooing motion with his one hand while still crossed-armed. And he looks almost more enthralled at the coming storm rather than having conversation with you.
She kind of squints at him before taking a few steps back and heading back down towards Smee.
Okay. And then as you approach Smee, as him and the others, the crew members, you can see without even rolling a perception or investigation, like a lot of the crew members are very tense. Not just at the incoming storm, but also at the presence of their guest. The guards that the gentleman has is definitely not, well, they definitely have a sense of dread among them, and they've been silent since coming here with their employer. And Smee just goes, second, so I guess it did not work well. He seems rooted.
Working well was definitely not what happened. I'm going to go talk to the captain and let her know what's going on, but by the looks of it, we best be on guard and extremely prepared. I will be back. Just keep an eye on them in case they make any sudden moves.
I understand. As you say this and you begin to step forward, you hear a loud, booming crackle of thunder. And Syndra, you hear vague words from the very storm that's coming in close. You may roll me an investigation and arcana. With the investigation, you just passed. There's something within the very storm. And with your arcana, you briefly see what looks to be like a reptilian maw. And you hear booming voice, but you only get a few words. And approaching rapidly in your direction is this creature. And with the arcana, you realize it is speaking broken forms of primordial mixed with another language. What you have been able to glean out of is primal, birth, and doom. Now, roll initiative.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I forget to do that every time. I've got to click on my character. I do this every single time. Gotta roll.
Let me just fix that. Where is the thing to add to the token layer? Here we go. All right. So, Arizel, you hear this crackling of thunder, and there's a rhythm to it. And you hear everybody else screaming in fear as you take a good look and you see the form of this creature. It is catching up. What do you do?
Oh lord.
Oh, it's coming from the back because I think I'd said turn the ship around to head into it. So the wind would be behind us.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Oh boy.
Your ship will be turning.
Okay.
Great. Awesome. Well. God. I'm gonna try to make my way to Sin. And kind of like, because I'm going to kind of try to get a bigger picture of what to do from here. But I start kind of giving orders to people to, take cover, but I'm gonna dash to try to make my way to
Very
Sin.
well.
So let me check my movement real fast. Okay, cool.
So you know how to do the click and drag while pushing Q, right?
The way that you guys have been doing it with the trail, no, I have never done that. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, you click on the token like you're gonna move it.
Okay.
And hold. Then you
Okay.
push Q on your keyboard, and then you can right click to put waypoints in.
Okay, so I hold my character, click Q,
Yep. Push
and
Q.
then move. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, you don't
doing
have to
anything.
hold Q.
Oh, okay.
You just like start moving your character and then push Q.
Nice. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. And then I can make more movements.
Mic
Amazing.
on.
Miser, do you want an angrier storm?
Yes,
Okay.
there's going to be a lot of more angrier
Mic off.
in the next round. Thank you.
Okay, that's a start. That was 40. I got 20
I
more.
can't believe this island was Louisiana this whole time.
Oh look, it's Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, and that gets me the full dash action.
Okay. So what are you going to shout to your captain?
I'm gonna shout. Oh, what do I want to shout?
Remember, each round is 6 seconds, so...
It is, yeah. Okay. I mean, what do I say? I kind of point to where, I know the ship is turning. And, of course, we have seen this entity up above. But I kind of shout, like, I ask the question, what are we going to do, Captain? Do we send everyone down? Or do we start? Do we get ready to fight? I'm more or less asking the question, what are we going to do? And get her take on what we're doing.
Sin kind of growls to herself. Everyone brace and ready yourself for combat. You have no idea what's about to happen.
Okay. Syndra, it is your turn. Actually, I should ask, Arizel, is that all you're going to do now? Is that everything of your moves?
Yes, that's all I'm going to do right now.
Okay.
Be back here. She was running the wheel.
Alright.
So we're just going to move her back there just because that's where the wheelhouse would be if we were up on the higher level.
So
Sin's
as you're
going Go
as
ahead.
you're there, I want you to just roll me one more perception. This thing is shouting.
Okay.
Okay, I will tell you when his turn comes in. Continue.
Sin is going to keep trying to turn the boat, but at the same time, she's going to. I don't know if I have one on me. Let me check. Yeah, she's probably going to grab a length of rope near her. And she's going to basically kind of tie her waist and then tie the other part to the mount that the wheel goes into. So she still has like room to turn it and stuff. But she's going to basically tie herself to it.
Okay. So now
That'll be her
is alright. So during the commotion, I want let's see. Just checking something. Okay. You hear this large beast or this living storm continuously shout, and during the shouting, since Syndragalus, you were also watching your particular guest, you notice he's no longer at the start of the stern anymore. And you hear from this creature a bit more clearly through the tongue of the primordial, still chopped up, but it is repeating the words over and over in a sporadic manner, but you hear the sentence, "Such easy prey. Dares enter my domain." And it begins to move and advance. Unfortunately, since he is at the top of the map, he is not yet there, but you can be absolutely certain he will reach you within the next round, as he is moving quickly. Arizel.
Okay. So, since I heard from Sin that we were going to prepare for combat, I start trying to kind of give some orders. No, I want to do something similar to what the captain's doing, and tie some rope to this mast that's behind me here. This one right here. Tie the rope and secure myself. And then I want to pull out my short bow. I'm going to, let me do this real quick. Oh wait. There we go. Okay, cool. That's what I want to do.
Mic off.
I want to move right there. So that's only, okay,
Mic
cool.
off.
And I want to kind of be between these boxes right here and the mast. Kind of give me a tiny bit of cover. It's not going to give me a whole lot of cover, but at least a little bit. And I'm going to pull out my short bow.
Mic off.
And I'm going to hold my action for when he gets within the range, a certain range, for me to let out, or to let loose an arrow.
So I do not know if you can see the top of his token, but he is currently, by just looks of it, he is currently 200 feet away from you, or at least
Okay.
from the ship.
Okay. I don't know. That might be within range. Is that within range for a short bow? Let me check.
You will have to fire at a
Hold on.
disadvantage.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So, I think I'll hold my action. I'm gonna pull this
Okay.
up real quick. I'm gonna put that in my thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I will hold my action until he gets within the range.
Okay. So, Sindra Gallos, it is your turn.
Okay, which direction did you decide that the ship is turning in?
So, let me see. Let me get that tool. So the ship is currently turning this way.
Alright, so I think that's port.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not good at nautical.
I
She will call out, "Ready the guns on the port side!"
Alright, so
All hands to arms.
you see your various crew members preparing their arms and ready to fight.
Mic off. Mic off.
Did we
Terra
lose the
and
storm?
Lawrence.
Mic
So,
off.
is that it for you?
Yeah, she's just gonna keep turning turning the ship into that side so that. I mean,
Mic
we're not
off.
seeing any massive waves coming off of it yet, are we?
Oh yes, there is ways, but what you do actually roll me a perception now to see more of what this thing is composed of. It is not making waves, it's pulling the water up toward it, and it is flying. At least from your guess of it. And
We're only
now,
going to get one shot.
now, let's see, so 100, now, because he is dashing. He is now beginning to come closer. And now, he is well within range of you. And Sindra Gallos, you can see very clearly the more visage of this thing. There is no scales on this body. There is no wings or claws. This thing is pure raw elemental energy. As it begins to approach, and you hear it speak to you now, or rather in your direction, in a much more clearer primordial tongue. One chance. Entertain. I, the primal storm. The ship begins to turn. And now you are all facing, well, I don't want to be doing the whole crazy map turning, but you are now solely facing the ship. The ship is now facing starboard or port side. I'm not good at that, but
Mic
you got your
on.
All right.
cannons.
Starboard.
Mic
Excellent,
off.
thank you. Your cannons are now facing it, and just to let you know, the ship's cannons do, at least in this particular ship, they do 4d10, and there is a total of, I believe, 5 cannons on the side.
Sin kind of, if we are able to, I mean, if they're able to be angled at that time, are the cannons able to get a beat on it?
Oh yeah, I'm just not gonna move all the tokens, but they are loading, and they have been loaded. Your particular friend, Boris Pendriver, has been especially helpful in putting the cannons into the cannonballs into the cannon.
Okay. Well, it is Ari's turn first, so
Yes. So,
Yep.
Arizal, you see your
Um,
you see your fellow crew. They are already finished stocking up all the cannons and are getting them ready to fire. They're just waiting for you or your commander's orders.
okay, then question for you. Would
Yes.
giving the order to shoot the cannons off, does that take an action, or is that just telling them to do it?
I would give it to you as a free action.
Okay. Cool. And is he within range for me to shoot my arrow? Or am I still at a
Yes.
disadvantage?
Let me see. What is your distance now to this thing?
Yeah, I am right there. That is 110 feet, so I'm within the range of the short bow to be able to shoot.
I believe it'll still be a disadvantage if you're going by the maximum range.
Okay, yeah, the max is 320,
Let me see.
between 80 and 320.
Okay, so when you go above 80 feet,
Yeah.
that's when you start shooting at disadvantage. But you can still take a
Okay.
shot at him.
Okay, cool. Once I see that the cannons are ready, I shout at them to aim and take fire.
Very well. So, let us roll the advanced die. So, all 5 cannons fire. You see the explosions, the fire inside this living tornado. Sintra Gallos, you hear something in Primordial. And also in a way, Aria Zell and the rest of the crew. For laughter is a universal language. And this laughter is in the form of thunder and lightning. What will you do now, Aria Zell? Is that it for your turn?
Oof. Well, after seeing that the cannons did take aim and fire, she's kind of reevaluating the fact that her bow might not do much. So she pushed that away. And she... Oh boy. She works to go around the barrels of these boxes here to help load more cannons again to just assist the others for now.
Alright, so I will allow the loading of the cannons as your action.
Okay.
Crew, because they are following your orders as you are the second mate.
Okay.
Alright. Sindra Gallos, you're being mocked by a living tornado.
She kind of grits her teeth for a second. And as the ship begins to continues to turn, she'll raise up her hand. And you use spell.
Okay. Those spells you see, they go in. You're not sure if it did any significance to it. But you do hear, once again, the universal mockery of laughter. But you also hear a few extra words. I had expected more delicious prey. And now, is that it for you, Syndra?
Yep.
The massive creature flies over. It is clear it is not anywhere near intent on dealing with the group, but instead, it snakes around. And smashes straight into your ship through the core, through the stern. And this is the following attacks that happens. So, a little re-changing of it, but this was more than enough to destroy your ship. And a lot of your crew are suddenly being flung around and swallowed by this living tornado that has taken on the form of a dragon. And I need both of you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Well, here's where I die, friends. Or maybe not.
Nope, I guess
Michael.
it works.
Could have been better.
Well,
So,
good campaign, boys.
everything begins to black out. Things are getting smashed and torn apart. And the both of you can hear the mixed cries of your fellow crew members. The sound of thunder and lightning, but most of all, the mocking laughter. And you find yourself alive. Or rather, stranded with a broken ship. Now, we'll switch to the other group, as the two of you must contemplate as to your current situation. On to explore. Alright, so as our pirates are dealing with a certain waterlog moment, we turn our attentions to a particular prison, solitary prison, in the city of Menzado. Deep within is the Wavehold prison. There's a solitary confinement. Various individuals who have either offended the trade merchants or the merchant king, depending on who views nobility as what, or breaking laws, cause problems with the traffic of trade routes, or harboring slaves. Any of the matters proving offensive enough. That being said, not everyone inside the solitary confinement is justly accused. We turn our sights to two individuals. One that appears to be a tiefling of sorts, lost and somewhat disheveled.
Annoyed.
And in that very same cell with him is not a being that is wrapped and cocooned by various metal chains, but rather a unusual blue cobalt that is wrapped up from head to toe in chains, or rather head to toe and snout, and pinned to the wall.
Well, mighty fine conversations we're having here, aren't we? I don't think he's the talkative type. I suppose not.
Mic off.
Ah, he lives.
Hello?
Mic on.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I've been growling this whole time. So inside of the chains, you see just two blazing orange eyes that just look pissed. But on the stark contrary to that, there's kind of two gigantic blue ears that stick out of his head, out from the chains that are kind of weirdly cute.
It's adorable. I'm scared.
Something you do notice is that every time you got a little close to him, your hair began to stand on end.
Why are you losing that? Please don't do that. Well, time to get comfortable with each other. You know how to get out? Right. Seems like I'll be the arbiter of this mission. Because we're not staying here, to be honest. Me and you both know that.
Nuts.
I have places to be.
Mhm.
I had coffee at 8. What is it? 8:30. Gods, what time is it?
One of them. Actually, roll me a persuasion.
20.
Perfect. This one walks right over here, keeping distance. And it simply says, 9 in the morning.
Oh, I'm an hour late.
Now
Thank
silence, prisoners.
The second he gets within earshot, you just hear all the chains tense as Reddit tries to like lunge that direction.
Only prisoner? How rude. I'm the little blue guy's attorney. He snickers.
The night before you seems to walk in a mechanical manner and just turns and returns to the position here.
Not the talkative type. Well, I guess we should start getting to know each other before the grand escape. Oh, I mean, tea time. No, nothing. You'll figure it out later. Sign. Pleasure to meet you. And he reaches up, and then he realizes your hands are in chains, and then turns. Is there a ball gag in his like mouth or something?
My mouth is
No,
chained
the-
shut.
Oh,
Yes.
here.
You can clearly see that your blue companion, he is chained up. There's no gag or anything of the like. They just decided to get a chain, wrap it around, and even went as far as to tie the chain into a knot.
Huh. I don't untie chain knots. I can try it. Will you kill me if I try and untie your chains?
Thinks about it. Shakes his head now.
Glad we came to a good agreement. Right, let me take a look. And I'll try and take a look at the chains, see if there's any way I can at least get the mouth off so he can scream.
It seems like it wasn't done in a proper manner. In fact, it seems very mechanical. It shouldn't take too much effort. It is going to be a bit of a heavy set of chains, though, because apparently they figured his mouth was just that offensive.
Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I can get these off of you, but I can't guarantee that Mr. Roboto outside will be a little bit upset. But I don't really care. Right. Well, let me take these off. and I'll continue working on my time to undo these chains, at least for the mouth.
Okay, so I need you to roll me roll me a straight dexterity.
Word. 7.
It does take you a lot longer than expected.
Huh? No? I thought that was your mouth. What? What is this? What is this?
Like you just keep getting stuck on his horn.
Yeah, I know. Horns can be a little difficult, can they? Mm.
Now, I do have a question, but which of you two can speak giant?
That's cute.
No.
I had to ask to make sure.
No.
That's perfectly fine. I just need
Wait,
to
let
make
me
sure.
check. Yeah, no.
So you do hear something. Both of you do hear something south of you. And it is just shouting profanities, and you hear a rattling.
Is that the big bad man or something? Should we be worried about that?
Just get a raised eyebrow and then a shake of a head, like, nah, don't worry about it.
Fine. Hmm.
Then, like, as he watches the entire, there's anger, glee, and nods to the door.
Opportunity arises. Great. Let's try and take these off as quick as fucking possible.
Can I aid in any way?
Hey, can you like
Okay.
wiggle?
Yes, he may wiggle.
I would like to wiggle.
Roll to wiggle.
What do I need to roll to wiggle? Quietly.
Dexterity.
23.
Bruh.
So the chains feel a little bit looser. Retta, since you're the one who's facing outward and Sign is facing elsewhere, Retta, you may roll me a perception.
7.
Right. Continuing on. Unless you guys got a passive perception above 12.
10.
Sign.
Oh, hi. Am I rolling as well?
What's your passive perception?
12.
Oh, perfect. So,
Oh, Pop.
Sign, you can quickly glance around and you see two particular inmates are now making their way out as there's noise going on and the particular members are going off to deal with the individual that's down there.
I turn around, I'm just like motioning for them, just like, get the fuck over here. Come on.
They're just mouthing, like not saying anything, they're just charading, and they don't seem to be very keen on getting close.
Minor
they're pointing.
illusion.
And they're
A
pointing
bag
at
of gold. Go. Get it. Get the point. Just motion him once more.
This one moves very quickly for a dwarf.
I figured.
He
Flashback.
then just kind of leans in, it's like, look, just hurry up. That big guy looks like he's ready to break out of there.
Yeah, and we get the fucking nuclear bomb off the wall, and then we'll continue on going.
Brother, get your ass over here.
Yeah, brother, come on. Stop struggling. You're making it tighter. Mm. Right.
Okay, so you definitely hear more shaking. In fact, some dust is falling above you guys' heads. As this individual is literally shaking the downstairs.
Oh, bless your soul.
So this one just, you see him pull out something from his large beard, and I will shift Z him.
Those eyes.
And his partner.
Look at those
That
eyes.
shit-eating grin.
So
Wasn't
pulls
for
out,
that
looks,
damn smile.
pulls out a lockpick, walks over, says, "Okay, I'll give you two choices." He shows you a lockpick, which looks very bad and dingy. You use this, or let my brother pull your friend out of there. You'll still be chained.
I don't give a fuck which one's faster.
A, B, go get him out.
Like you hear a weird, great, very deep giggle.
He
Fantasy's very excited for this prospect.
It's like, okay, sorry, but you're gonna be like a football for a moment.
Nuts.
Okay.
I'm not playing the receiving end. Just goes outside by the torch.
You see the guy's muscles bulge, and I don't feel like going to his sheet, but that is one, and he has advantage because he's raging. And Retta, you're plucked out through the wall, along with some of the wall cobble. He is now carrying you. All right, let's go, little guy.
Right.
Okay, as that happens, I need to roll this again. Make sure
Or
these
just
guys are not.
trying to wave his mouth in front of the one who seemed a bit more dexterous. It's like,
What?
Oh shit.
Hmm.
Well.
Oh, your mouth. Right, you need
Okay.
those.
So as that happens, a fight does indeed break out because the individual down there had just exploded, or rather, started breathing fire. As you see a large gout of fire coming out from this direction.
Huh?
Huh?
Yes, I'm not going to be rolling all these things, but yes, a fight is breaking out, and you hear swords and loud roaring. You also hear something akin to pure and unadulterated screaming on the other side.
Oh God. I feel bad for these guys over here.
Yes, you can assume that they are the ones who are screaming.
You know what? Once I get off these chains, I'm gonna do a thing.
Huh?
Uh,
No, he's not even like, you're not the one in question. Red is gesturing towards the small dwarf. the other
Well-
brother. He got
well,
the
what-
strong
what-
one and the dexterous one. Like, take these fucking chains
What
off my
is-
mouth.
Fine. Starts wiggling around.
Say, I cast spells, not make rituals. Jesus.
So he starts going really quickly, and he plucks out all these chains out of you. And to your, perhaps your amusement, Retta, the one that was carrying you takes the chains and starts heffing it around his shoulders and arms. Oh, I can use this for later.
Ah, good. I was going to as well. But I don't have my arms,
Anyway.
so you can keep them.
Right.
Oh.
Anyway,
Right.
you guys
I'll,
go.
Mhm. Yeah,
we're
I'll be
leaving.
right behind you. Just give me 5 seconds.
They are
5.
just booking it.
5.
I'm going to cast Minor Illusion over
4.
there, and I'm going to summon a Matador right by the door. Waving a red cape.
3.
Oh god. Hold on, I gotta roll this guy's perception because he's currently fighting with them. Actually, you know
Just
what?
waving
No.
a red cape with a Matador.
So am I still
Actually, you know
being
what?
carried?
Hmm?
Am I still being so? I'm assuming my mouth is free, but are my arms and legs free, or?
Yes, your limbs are free now.
Oh, okay.
They just got some leftover manacles on them, but they've been broken apart now.
T-Man,
Because
come.
you.
What are you doing?
Making a riot.
Anyway,
I am okay. with
Sign,
this.
please roll me a d100.
Word. Great start to the day, 33.
Okay.
3.
Well, we saw it.
Great, run!
Go, go, go!
And there is a large hole.
There is a shit-eating grin on Sign's face, that of pure joy.
Ah, so
Have
you're
I
pushing
knew-
the magical ones. Good, I could use you.
No, just a freedom fighter.
Look, we're leaving already. Sorry, but we gotta go.
So am I.
They're-
He's like,
They are running.
What do you think I'm stopping for a cup of tea with the warden?
what's a
As
warden?
you do hear more screaming and yelling. Now we go to your where you guys are at actually. And just move you guys here. Make sure all the map is properly set.
This is exactly how I expected this to go.
Okay, so let me. Oh, I did not move the players.
Oh,
So-
fuck. Can I roll an intelligence to see where they keep our shit?
Yeah, I
Yes.
was gonna ask that. I
I
would
need
like
my
to
shit.
have my stuff.
Yes.
Don't be imprisoned. Smile.
Do you want to aid me, or do you want to just roll our own?
How smart we talking?
Each,
I'm
each
pretty-
of you will.
I'm
Each of you will
definitely
roll
above
your
average.
own.
Okay.
You'll roll history.
I'm
History.
above average, but not by
Yes.
much.
17.
We're the same.
Wait, I see Red only roll. I only see Red as rolls, so I see a 17. So also, sign roll me history as well.
Yes. Okay. Different people.
So you know that the weapons, at least by Red, I'm remembering, it was taken by a particularly surly individual and placed into a confinement over here. And let me just ping, or actually, I'll just you
Yes,
guys.
the man who smelled of horses.
Yeah, you guys are here. Just let you know, these individuals right here, these two archers, are above you.
I'm going to gesture towards the dwarf with the chains. I'm gonna do like the looping motion as a garrote would do.
Fine. Fine. Let me just get these guys. Oh. So the two doors sneak up. I don't want to go into the character sheets, but no, I'm not doing it. I'm just gonna do. I already know their modifiers because I had them planned.
360 plot scope.
So, first one is rolling with advantage because he decides to rage.
I'll aid the second one.
Okay, so here's the first guy grabbing the garrote. And now the contested. He failed. He's caught. Or rather, he's being choked. This one pulls out a. Looks to be like a glass shank. And stabs him. 17. Okay, that is a hit. With a d4 with his dex. And then his 2d6. Well, cold-blooded murder.
Oof. It wasn't their time, anyways.
This one is still alive, but he's currently being choked by the more brutish of the two. And since you guys have decided to engage this, we will do this in a turn order manner.
I was waiting for it.
Epic.
and barely ready.
Let me just on you.
Oh, fuck. Well,
Smokey,
need to roll.
what'd you do?
Smokey, no! He was too dank!
Dang. It's illegal
He
here.
was too dank!
Smokey, it's illegal here, no.
No! You're in federal prison, not state! Oh, no!
Alright.
I may have to do sending again. Yeah,
I
thanks.
can't believe Horsefucker has returned from he fucked too many horses this time.
Did you not hear me? The man who smells of horses.
I know I did, but I was muted, so I didn't say anything.
Oh god.
Oh dear.
He fucked one too many
Why do you
horses.
keep DMing for us?
Give me a moment. I just need to fix something here.
Alright. I I will wait.
Because I just want to do a couple of I'm just doing last minute macros because. All right, there we go. So, Retta, it seems like you're currently in the lead. All these other people are unaware.
After helping the living shrubbery stab that guy, Red is going to quickly dart around. And I want to try to put my literally just jump up and headbutt this guy as hard as I can.
Can you show me exactly again?
This guy, the only other living guy. Right?
Oh,
who
yeah,
are
yes.
these two actually? Like where? Like these kind of.
They're archers up top. They're on the second
Yes.
floor.
Okay. Okay.
There are four above you. See, as you can see from the store, from here, these are archers looking outward right now.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, so they are above you. They don't know you're there yet.
Alright, yeah, so I kind of want to actually circle around him. And then flank.
Alright, so that's right. So, new mechanic here, or an old one from good old Pathfinder. If you got somebody from front and back, you have flanking, and that gives you advantage.
Okay. So Red is a dual wielder, so I'm going to use my main hand to just flavor it as a headbutt, and then I will try to knee him in the stomach as I go up as well for my second attack.
Very well. The headbutt miss, but the knee does hit.
Go to sleep. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna continue to keep this guy in flanking. Can I see the other two? 4, 6. Oh god.
Yes,
Okay.
you do see them. They are currently not paying attention in your direction as of right now.
Alright.
That will-
Then can I, as my bonus action, can I gesture to the body and point down the stairs? Like, go down the stairs.
I'll let you have that as a free action. So.
Okay, yeah, I have. And then that'll be my turn.
All right, sign. You got a murder in your hands. And,
Hasn't been the
captive.
first. Well, how are these archers looking over here? Are they looking outwards into the city gates, or are they looking
One is
inwards
looking
into the plaza?
One is looking outward, the other one's looking inward.
Ooh, fun. Okay. So, I want to wait and get all the bodies somewhere else before we continue anything else, but I will pitch the idea to the group, and I'll say, well, we have a bit of a scouting problem ahead of us, but I have an idea. It's a great one, and you're all short, so it works. Minor illusions.
The two dwarves kind of look at you and they say in very perfect common, "You making fun of us short people?"
No, I'm not making fun of short people. I'm just complimenting your shortness. Comes in good handy. Us tall people
Acceptable.
are exposed to exposure and upper altitudes. It's hard to breathe up here.
I believe he is making fun of us.
I'm not making fun of them, I swear. Honest. I would never. I have an undying gratitude to you all. I would never do that.
Very well.
Right. Well, let's get these bodies down, and I'll show you how things can be going.
This was a lot
And
of
I'm
bodies.
going... in due time. It should be, but... Fine, your choice. I would like... Now, this is going to sound weird, but bear with me,
Mic
DM.
off.
Mm-hmm.
What does the ground look like? Is it muddy, bland, like boring-ass mud ground?
Yes.
Fantastic. This is going to sound weird still. I want to try and use Minor Illusion to mimic as if the ground was stained just the way it was, but then hide behind my 5-foot illusion and continue walking. So then the eyes of that other archer over there just sees normal ground when in reality I'm behind an illusion.
So you're camouflaging yourself to look like the ground. is what I'm
Basically.
asking.
Basically trying to, like, when he looks over here, all he sees is just nothing, but I'm behind an illusion. He can roll investigations and shit.
Yes, he'll probably be doing that. But that's a good idea. I like it. Good. Okay. So, is that it for you, Sign?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm definitely just gonna get ready to start walking. I want to make sure the rest of the party sees what is about to happen, because I'm definitely gonna try and do it with them as well.
Okay, so you do... Retta, you may roll me an intelligence.
Mic on.
3.
3. You're more
He's
focused on
nuts.
beating this guy up first.
Let's put out that's a natural 1.
So,
First of the game
The-
goes to me.
so
Feels
the
right.
first, the bush-beard gentleman dwarf just tosses the body behind him down the stairs. So as you kind of start making a little chuckle, the other one. That's why I had to get the macro up because I didn't want to go through their pages. But oh, I believe he missed. Let's see, 1d6. Oh yeah, he did.
Oh my god.
Even with advantage. Even with the +5. Oh, they didn't have the +5. I probably did the roll wrong. But thankfully, he does have multi-attack. So. And, oh, actually, his +6, 11. Chest misses. He's having a bad day.
Damn.
You see this guard wiggling hard.
Ronde, bud.
You just see Retta like knee this guy in the chest, and he leans forward right over this guy's 2 elbows.
Can you stop using the body as a warm-up? Thank you.
What do you want from me?
All right, now it's the warden and all
Warm up.
guards' turn. So, let's start doing some perception rolls.
Oh,
1,
fuck.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Mic off.
Oh, Lord. Oh, fuck.
They
Mic
don't have a
on.
+6, just to let you know. They don't have that +6.
There's
but,
still 2 19s in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
Ain't no saving
I
that one.
think I think you could do roll stealth while one guy does his stealth. Oh, of course he's gonna have that high number.
Fuck!
Oh, boy, I'm real good at this one. All right.
I am real good at this! I rolled a 1 and I'm better than you!
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Yep.
So
What happens when Jeeves tries to break out of prison?
We never stood a chance.
the 2 19s are these 2 individuals right here as they're like, huh?
Oh, bless the
Do you hear
Lord.
something?
It's the dumb ones. Quick, back inside.
They're
Just
looking
shut- Tell everyone to kerfuffle on in.
So is your illusion up right now, Sign?
Well, it is.
Okay.
Just
Trying to
Oh,
disguise
if
myself.
if your illusion is up, then roll me a 1 more stealth because you are
Oh.
using that illusion.
Oh, yeah. 21.
Okay, so they only see Retta currently, and they're
Ooh.
just pointing their spears at him. Wait, isn't that one of the prisoners? Oh, we could take him.
I'm definitely going to use
no.
this opportunity. This is gonna be great.
Retta, it's
My
your
turn's
turn.
gonna be great.
Alright. Oh, well. I have a current problem to deal with. Go to sleep!
Oh yeah, that's more than enough. Oh,
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I gotta look up dual wielder, because can I use that as my bonus action?
yes.
To have a fighting, you could draw. Yeah, so that was my bonus action. I would use my action to hide. And I'm just going to
Okay.
kind of dive down the stairs.
Wait, what?
8.
Well, you as you go back down, you definitely hear a lot of battle and clattering, and I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw because you're back downstairs.
Okay. 9.
Ay, ay, ay.
What do you want from me? You know who I am.
Nothing. I know. Okay, so
We're like
You took
above and
sev-
dead twice. I think 7.
you, yes, there's debris and fire damage. As you look down, you see the
Oh God.
Minotaur that's literally is a walking living inferno, and it's beating the living hell out of the knights that are
Hot,
slashing
hot,
at
hot,
it.
hot, 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 hot. It's my turn.
Okay. Sign. You got company coming.
Right. I'm going now. I'm stealth, so this is going to be half movement. Now, bear with me, guys. Forgive me.
It's
I'm
okay.
gonna just
We
hug
usually
this
pick
wall and keep going to try and be as light-footed and as quiet as possible, and to make my way over to that door. Can you dash while stealth?
Normally, it would break stealth.
Okay, then never mind. Was just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, well, continue the journey. That
Okay.
will unfortunately have to be my whole turn. I have a plan.
All right. Now let me just get their sheet. Since...
Hey, Miser, what city are we in?
You guys are in the city of Menzato.
How do you spell that?
Menzadl.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. So this guy's knocked out. He's gonna go over here and hold an action. And he has a glass knife on his he has a sharp piece of glass in his hand. This one will just chuck the body downstairs.
Oh, he's gonna die. He just passes me, it's engulfed in flame.
Yeah, he just actually I need to roll something for that part in particular. Okay, he didn't land wrong. And he's also going to
Mic
ready an
off.
action. Now, it's the guard's turn, and they do know that there was a prisoner, so they are going to move. They're actually going to dash. So they will be moving here as a dash
Mic on.
action. Anyone that has a readied action may take it.
No.
I'm just looking up at them from the bottom of the stairs, currently on fire, going, hey.
So, big beard guy, he is going to take his sneak attack.
Mic off.
And that was... Oh, I didn't roll him to attack, which should be a 2d20. Well, he gutted another one. And since he did not realize it, but he is still trying to go your way. That'll be it for his turn, and he sees his friend
Mic
drop
on.
dead. Looks. And unfortunately, he is within range of our muscle-bound friend.
About to say, hey buddy, I was bait.
Why do I keep clicking this the wrong way? That's just me.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
Oof.
That's a crit.
And
It is a max damage crit.
He still gets an extra D4 actually.
I know. And the fact is, he only needs a 1.
That's
Never
a
mind.
4.
So I read
Switch him into the
Is
next
this
dimension.
a Punisher shit where his fist just goes through the skull like Jello?
yes.
Oh! You need to teach me to do that.
Simple. Get iron in blood.
Eat iron. I understand.
Lots of iron. Okay, well, that's 2. Damn,
I desperately want a weapon. So as those guys are being thrown over me, do they have, they got a spear, right?
Yes, they have spears.
Cool. I now own a spear.
Okay, so the spears that they have is of low quality, so it's not a 1d8 but a 1d4 spear. And I shall be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Miser DM, no.
Oh fuck!
Ebeth?
I was gonna ask.
Ebeth?
What? What do you want from me?
Miser,
Hold
check
that.
DMs, please.
I can't. I try.
I love the fact that it's like, all right, we're gonna have this whole prison scene. It's gonna be great. Divas hasn't rolled above a 5.
I rolled above a 5 one time. I punched a guy in the
No,
nuts.
You ever just sit there and think that like
What god did I piss
Miser.
off?
being the awesome that he is just like, yeah, this is a plan all coming together. Jeebus.
I have the fucking.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
golden-
man, I hope you throw me in jail because I know I'll never get out.
I have the golden escape plan, dude. Don't worry.
Are spears finesse weapons?
Let me look it up.
I don't think they are.
I really hope they are. 'Cause that is
I-
not
Spears are a range
should be
throwing and
martial.
versatile, but I
That's
don't
not
I'm not sure if
finesse.
that's. Yeah, I know.
No.
All right.
They're
Well,
simple. Sorry.
Ugh.
I thought they were martial for some reason. I might be thinking
It's
of javelins.
literally
Yeah.
better to punch people then.
So,
Yeah.
you're referring to your spear weapon?
Yeah, is it finesse?
I would,
Are you a monk?
No.
as a personal, yeah, as a personal rule of thumb, I would usually just go with the book. But spears, I always find them as a funny sort of weapon. I think they do deserve a bit of the finesse attribute, personally. So I will grant you that. Not to mention, it's just
Okay.
so much fun seeing your shenanigans right now.
Miser, check
Okay.
DMs, God.
Instead of one spear, Reddit now is carrying 2 spears. He just look in between the dwarves like, I need these. Is that gonna take to pick those up? Is that gonna take my action or anything?
It's just granted to you because you're, well,
Alright,
you're
cool.
seeing the body.
I'm
being
going to.
fucked.
Do I think? So here's the question: do I think I'm stealthed, or do I need to roll another stealth check?
You definitely need to roll no stealth.
Okay. 10.
It's fine.
I mean, you had to kind of Justin swing and grab that spear before the body kind of get thrown into the bodies were being thrown into the Minotaur's path because it's getting a little hotter.
Yeah. Okay. Another question: is this a wall or like this?
That's supposed to be a fence going upward.
Fence? Okay.
Yeah, it's think of it like a cage. So this is not ground level. This fence. This is above level
Oh. Okay. Well.
to prevent people from climbing.
Oh, this is a fence?
This here, yes, going upward like not a.
Did I just no clip into the fence?
If you did, then that was on me. I did not realize to.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I
Well,
definitely
would
just
like,
no
I would
clipped
like
in
to
a
point
fence.
out there's no entrance to this fence either. If you look around the whole thing, so that's why I was wondering like what exactly it was.
Yeah, I thought it was just lining around areas.
Yeah, I thought it would be a roof, like a lining of
Yeah,
a roof
I
or
thought it was
something.
like just
Easily
like where
gate.
the buildings are.
Yeah, so no, you didn't no clip through it because this fence is really covering like a canopy to make sure
Alright.
that if people try to climb out, they have to climb past through
Oh.
that fence.
Oh,
Alright,
so where would
Retta-
I be in relation?
Retta thinks he's smart and stealthy, and he's gonna hide up behind you.
I mean,
And that's where Hilad is tearing with his 10 stealth.
feel so bad for the dwarves. We just completely were like, later.
Well, they're on their way. I'm assuming
They
they have a
get
better plan than
I'll
we
get
do.
him. I'll get him out.
That's my turn.
Okay, sign. Go.
Right.
Mic off.
Kind of taken forever since 15 feet's 15 feet, but 15 feet, let's go.
Okay. Roll your stealth at advantage.
Can I just keep the stealth that I have now, or do you want me to keep rerolling?
Since there is starting to become a little bit more commotion, you will
Okay.
have to roll. This is like a new one for your
18.
Not bad. Okay. Okay.
Not terrible.
Is that it for you, sign?
Sadly, yes. It's a long journey to get to this door.
Indeed, it is, and unfortunately, it's not much of a journey for this particular short jerk of living.
Hoping
bush.
those two stay the fuck still.
So he looks, kind of just says, "Hey." He starts talking in the tongue of to his brother. They're both nodding. Then it's God damn.
Mic on.
So he literally glues himself
Damn.
to the wall. And due to the fact that he actually has a particular feat that makes him a little bit more speedier,
You bitch.
this way.
Hey!
And he's just glued to the wall, almost like
Gringo.
he's become graffiti. Oh man. Let's see. Hold on. See the something. What is? Oh, did I put that somewhere else? I did, didn't I? Alright, so brother's turn now. He does not have advantage on his stealth roll. But he's pretty certain that he can do something about that, and gets on his belly, starts crawling. And that's 1, 2, 3. All right, their turn now. Since there's a reduction of 2 guards, so now I have to roll a 60 20.
I'm gonna die.
Wow, there's a
19.
there's a
That guy
19
needs to
after.
fuck off. I'm about to ruin this man's whole career, but I don't want to
My
rip
gosh.
myself inside out. Tough.
Okay, so let me see. Oh, it's this one here. He starts walking around to this direction because he's hearing noises.
Which one? No.
Mic on.
But that's all he gets.
Ah!
My God, I can't believe you guys are doing this.
What else are we supposed to do?
We're kind of in super max right now.
I would love option B, please.
I got this. I got it. We're good. Just keep going.
All right.
Just keep moving. Just keep swimming.
I love you guys.
Red's gonna fucking. Red is gonna, well, he thinks he's stealthy. He's gonna kind of try to follow the dwarf.
The fact that the living bush.
And then he's gonna take a deep breath. Get 2 health back.
He's nuts.
Wow, I think this is your
He's
third one.
nuts.
Shut up!
Phoebus, are you okay? You need
No!
No.
I'm fine now. I would like to continue trying to hide.
Okay. You may re-roll your stealth if you feel like you want to, or keep what you have now.
Ah, finally.
You got it, buddy.
And no,
You
it's
got
just
it, buddy.
straight 10, I would like to point out. I haven't rolled above a 10 yet.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sign.
Hi.
There's someone walking over. They're hearing noises.
I'm just trying to think. What is the most distracting sound a man can hear? You know.
Oh.
The sound of an orgasm,
So-
probably.
Miser,
Uh-huh.
your friend here, hears off in the distance.
Well, now here's the thing. You gotta remember,
That's gotcha.
They're in
Still my
prison.
friend.
Word?
so he may not be interested in that kind of stuff. Due to
Fine,
the
turns
prison
into a
conditions.
cat, meow.
We shall see. So
Let's
You're
pray he
investigating.
fucking pays attention to that noise.
yeah, it is a disadvantage because
It would be cast over here by your guard man.
ooh, rolled a 9.
He's bad. My DC is a 15. You silly fucking goose.
You guys know that like anime like glove tightening noise? You guys just heard that around Ernest Spears? Like I was stab a motherfucker soon.
Well, this guy rolled a double nat 20, so I'm just gonna leave him be.
Fun.
And he pulls out something again out of his damn massive beard.
Fuck what? Don't make any more noises.
It's lockpicks, you idiot.
We'll meet at the door. Inside. It's my turn, by the way.
Okay,
Right.
that's his turn.
Oh, thank God. He listened.
Brother. So, Retta, you've seen dwarves before. This is one hell of an odd dwarf who's doing the belly crawl. Just goes
I think he's passing Retta, who's also on his belly. Like, yes,
Ah,
I
okay.
understand.
he did just picks you up, puts you on his back, and he just keeps going.
This is a good plan. Retta just readies, like, as he's being held, he just readies his spears, like,
Yes, of course.
we'll become autonomous.
All right, so I can't believe you like killed a whole. Damn, these birds are really gonna have a bad day. Well, they're just
We only killed
moving
two.
along.
They're the two in the way.
Charging battery.
Retta,
Retta readies both spears because he has now become turret dwarf. And he knows that beard dwarf will not leave other slightly smaller beard dwarf alone. So Retta's just like, yes, I am now in pure safety as a giant blue monstrosity.
all right.
So anything that comes within 5 feet of us will get a good old stabby wabbin.
All right. Sign.
Hey, man. I'm gonna continue my walk. Walk my fucking walk. As far as I can go.
Okay, this does bring up the question. Stealth in your game, do you have to use half movement or can we use full?
Half movement.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I say half movement unless you have something that can cover that extra distance.
This is exactly what I figured, but I just, had to
Mhm.
clarify.
Hey, Miser, are we in the south?
Mic off.
Where are
Oh,
we?
you are in the north. I will do
Thanks.
I'll do a quick little shift to the map so everyone can see for the brief moment. But we'll get back to this in a second. But you guys are located right here. That is
Okay.
the port city of Menzato.
Okay, thank you.
Now, back to the great prison escape, which Alright, sign.
Oh, it's my turn again. Fuck yeah, I'm going in. Alright. Hello. I have an idea. Let's get everyone here, and then we'll continue our conversation. Okay?
I get door locked.
Okay, well, don't open it yet. I have
No.
plans. Grand schemes.
I need my brother. Who are you anyway?
You'll figure me out.
Right.
It's not important right now. What matters is we get out.
So is that it for you, sign, or?
Yep, I'm just gonna wait for the rest of the group, and then I'll pitch my master scheme.
Very well. This one. There's no problem unlocking the lock. That was his action. Now the brother, taking his new Cobalt turret, extra half with him,
Mic on.
slowly stands up to his full height. Sprints. Now everybody will have to roll their perception again. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Was that one of the archers?
I don't know who number 2 is.
Yeah, because I have him. Okay. Yeah, it was this one here. This one moves over, looks over. Does not see anything because Speedy Dwarf went with his Cobalt turret for the moment. Of course, we could have Jeebus roll a d20 to see what his chances are.
8.
I'll give it a passing for now. Because there's still something really big and scary elsewhere.
What noise happening below decks?
It's getting loud. It's getting hot. In fact, Retta, roll me a perception.
Yay.
Mm-hmm.
It's working on it. 11.
You're pretty certain that it wasn't you that caused the archer to be looking around, because as he does, and let me get our esteemed friend
It's coming.
out, because yes, he is.
Coming. Oh Lord. Oh fuck.
Oh, he's in the wrong layer. And none of you understand giant, but you do hear something of Wushioda Master! As he comes out, he immediately unleashes a line of fire, which actually, damn, I gotta roll these guys now too. Crap. This might actually get ugly. Fuck. Well, he's gonna be toasted, and that one made a save. And he rolled average. But you do hear a boom of an explosion. And now everyone is on high alert. Retta!
You fuck.
I may have found a distraction. He's gonna hop down. He's gonna like open the door. This half of the door. So it's like to funnel in. He's gonna look over at the guy.
Yeah, as you see this one, I'll do a Shift Z for this guy.
Okay. In Primordial, he's gonna holler out, "Exit is this way!"
To your surprise, he understands you as he immediately snaps his head to your direction. And you hear in Primordials like, "You speak the old tongue."
I know many tongues. Now, distract these guards as we make our escape. They are weak and we are strong.
All right.
To the walls! He just jumps over and hides behind the, like, 6 sticks up to this wall.
Wait, it's my turn. Well,
Oh,
my plan's out the window.
all right. Sign. You definitely hear something laughing maniacally.
Plan is so fucking gone.
I apologize, but I've made a new plan.
So hard, it's gone. It's all fine. Hug the wall and cast mage armor.
Oh, speaking of armor, I probably don't have mine, do I?
No, you don't.
Alright, let me just find it so I can unequip that shit real quick.
Like, quick, someone give me the fucking leather something.
I'm doing fine.
No, I need leather to cast the fucking spell, dimwit.
I have rags. They took everything
Cool.
from me.
Good enough.
Okay, so is that it for you, Sign?
Oh yeah, that's all she wrote. I'm just gonna fucking pray that I don't get grand slammed by this minotaur.
So this individual, let's see if he goes through his pocket of oh boy. Oh, that's a wrong dice. Okay. And why do I got a plus sign? I don't have anything
I
added.
don't know.
Magic.
That is weird, but okay, who cares?
So your beardy dwarf friend leans against the wall. He pulls out what looks to be like a small pouch out of his beard. Starts throwing it all over you guys, and says, "And okay, don't move for 6 seconds.
Psh, why?
Touch wall and find out." And he touches the wall and you
Touch
see-
wall.
He
The
starts-
wall is already hugged, butt to butt.
Yeah, he looks like he's blending into the wall. And as he does that, the brother also does the same thing.
I like this one.
And then upon that, well, the door gets smashed right open,
Oh fuck.
and you actually got to roll this for the poor guy. Oh dear.
Roll for dwarf to not get slammed.
Well, he did not die. But here's your here's the one that you both recognize as the warden.
Huh.
Huh. I was about to impersonate him.
I don't think you match.
Not quite.
No, and oh dear, this might actually get bad. Let's see. Yeah, he's 60 feet. Well, Retta.
Minotaur.
So the large creature charges. You hear the bellowing roar. It is definitely in another tongue. Retta, I do need you to make me a dexterity saving throw at advantage because this is going to happen.
14.
Okay, you are taking some collateral damage
Yay!
Stop dying.
because this minotaur erupted in flames and it charges right toward the
Fucking die.
very large Goliath and
Dies without getting in combat. Fucking Jesus.
it will not be much, but it still
Yeah.
might hurt.
How did your character die? Door.
Yay!
Door.
Reddit looks like shit.
You're just getting scorched here and there.
I would have died a long time ago, pal. Thanks
Yeah.
for taking these hits.
I hate
All
today.
right. Retta, it's your turn.
I was told to not move for 6 seconds. Am I currently burning? Like, if I stay close to this motherfucker, am I gonna continue to burn?
It feels really hot. Yes. I mean, you
well,
just
thank
said-
God
you
I'm
just-
technically a small creature and I can occupy the space of another creature, so I'm just gonna move over.
Yeah. Because you definitely seen this minotaur look like it turned itself into a living, walking fireball.
It's hot and I'm dying.
Okay.
Our supplies are there. We could help you.
Yeah, I know.
Where?
If we get to my stuff, down south, across the mess hall.
Okay. Sign.
Great, how do we get past all these fucking gods?
I don't fucking know.
Well, it's not like they remember me anyways. Time to do a dumb thing.
What?
Fucking runs out.
What do you mean? What are you doing?
And he yells out to the crowd, "Guards, this is Sir Eisenwald Sin, servant of Lord Ominence. I command you all to go help your warden take down this Minotaur immediately!" And they run out with the most confident confidence there is to confident.
Alright, you know what? Since you decided to do that, roll me... I'll give you a choice. A deception at advantage or a performance at advantage.
Deception. 22.
Alright, so let's see. We got 1, 2, 3.
Guys, don't have an insight above a 3, thanks.
4. 5,
all I
6.
ask.
Well, we're about to find out. I mean...
This bitch is loud, too. You know what? Just to help, I'll add thaumaturgy.
Okay, so it seems like the only one that did not fall for it is... Well, actually, no. Those
Which
are the
one?
guards. Hold on, let me just make sure I got all the numbers right. Let's see, that's 6, 7, 8. Okay. I need to roll 2. I need to roll a couple more.
Okay.
I realized I missed a few people.
Oh god.
Okay, so only one person
Which
is
one?
not. You will find out.
Damn. I was about to do a dumb.
But they all seem to believe you at the moment. Kind of look very confused because with your keen history in mind, you remember that you said Olmanar is actually quite fat. And you even see the bearded dwarf looking at you like, you know the guy's fat, right? For a human?
Who?
I don't know who you are. And he just,
No one does.
he moves, dives under the table.
They know me now. I'm the Chief Inspector, Sir Eisenwald Sign, servant of Lord Ominence. Clearly.
Alright, the brother. Also going to run and dive because apparently the plan that they had went foobar.
I thought we weren't supposed to move. So you run off, and Red's just sitting there like, fuck.
He dives.
So wait, is this the guy that didn't believe me?
Yeah, he said it before, but
What a fucking monkey! This is great. I'm in love. Right.
Okay, so I'm not gonna roll for these guys because I don't want you to see the damages they're inflicting on each other. So Retta.
What are the
It's good.
guards?
I have been revealed
right.
to be a Chief Inspector.
Oh, my apologies. The guards are now moving
Yes.
and they are dashing.
I
Thank you
am
for reminding me.
motioning them all. Go, serve your lord.
I was really hoping
Ominence.
whatever that dust that he got threw onto him fucking works.
It actually does. They are running, and maybe perhaps it was either by the dust or by the divine prominence of your magical inclined friend. But they seem to be far more focused on dealing with a certainly large minotaur and helping their warden.
Oh yes, the whole game. Fine, you're small.
Oh!
By the way, I'll see this particular individual.
I have a problem. Alright, well.
Hold on, there's still...
Oh, there's more.
Yes. Alright, now is your turn, Retta.
gauge?
Small.
Well, right now they seem to be. So you can roll with your passive, or rather, from the way you look at it. No, you can see that they are ignoring you at the moment. They don't even know you're there yet.
Okay.
So
Why'd you leave me?
he points to he points to your magic inclined friend. He stepped out, supposed to wait. Okay.
That's all I can do. I'm hiding under the table.
All right. Sign.
All right. Okay. Walk. Oh, I only have so much movement.
I do need to have this guy roll though, because he is close to you right now.
Ah, I have the air of presence of a fucking god right now. I will roll performance to fucking try and pass
You
this
may.
off as or deception, whatever you want.
Roll deception. That's his insight right now.
28.
Oh. Oh. And you see the supply master.
Fucking. He's playing with ponies on his desk.
Actually, no, he's got a jock strap by his side.
Ah!
God. The air of confidence on this man is nothing you've seen before.
Well, actually, you requested for the who did not believe your deceit, and that is this individual.
This
And
is
just looks at
fucker.
you. I was like, I do not recall some. I don't know what you are, or who you are, but
You're
I'm
going to doubt the men of many others to help this terrible situation. I'm sorry, I don't think you understand. But if you're going to not believe me, then you're doing a disservice to Lord Ominence himself. We're in a terrible situation, and we pride ourselves on keeping a good maximum security on this prison. If you were to disobey these orders, well, you would be spitting on Lord Ominence's shoes himself. Would you like that?
Yes, I would very much would like that. How about you come with me?
Oh, I'm gonna fucking beat this guy's ass. Horse fucker is the one and only. This motherfucker.
Yes, so he actually did perceive through your particular commentary in the very beginning.
Well, if he doesn't like words, he'll like the three other men hiding under a table.
Well, he does not know that yet, so
As I motion the fucking wide open window.
No! Point the other direction! Point the other direction!
Oh, I'm not. Don't worry. But I think I know what's about to happen.
yes.
The three musketeers.
Throw me.
Ah!
Ryder just taps this guy on the shoulder. Throw me.
Where?
Window.
Okay. And let's just roll this because he has advantage. He rolls. Oh wow!
Wow,
Oh,
dude.
actually, hold on, wait. That's a 5. 5. Okay, no, he just missed. He's not
Against the wall.
he's not a commoner, but he's a little bit better, but not that great. And he just turned around like, what in the? As he's saying this, Retta, you're about to be thrown. It's an advantage, and I'm just gonna put the +5 here for this guy as he launches you. Oh, you're going zoomies. That's a 20. So let's see. Hold on. I will. Okay, so if you don't resist, he's going to.
Hell no, I'm trying to aid.
Yeah, no, he's raging actually.
I don't need aid then.
Nope.
Gets the aid.
Let me get a good aid. He scrambles up after you. And Sign, you definitely are hearing a loud explosion, as a lot of these guards are really much more focused on going over there right now.
Oh, fantastic. Delicious.
For they are weak and we are strong.
Delectable.
All right, Retta.
I never said I would help. I'm going to just, like, you see Retta just fly head first through the window, and 2 spears like held aloft, and he's just flying at this man.
So you're stabbing this guy.
I am doing my damnedest.
Those hit.
Yes.
And
Sign. So all you see as this man is like, come this way. He turns and just one through the, like, 2 through the chest, piercing both lungs. You see Retta like step on his chest and just plant both spears. I like this way too. And he pulls him out, looks at you, and goes, "Hey."
Oh, fuck. He just takes a minute to process, like, what the fuck just happened. He's like, oh! My bag's to the left.
Find my claws.
Good job, gentlemen. don't know your
That'll be my
claws.
turn because that is action and bonus to do 2 attacks.
okay, sign.
Right.
I need my claws and my armor.
Yeah, I guess I'll just, is this a door or like a window or?
It's front desk, the reception desk thing.
Oh.
Kinda, it's one of those things. My name, words are flailing.
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you. Can I go in it?
Yes, you can just
Cool.
flip off the handle thing and just.
I'm
enter.
gonna go in and just start looking for my stuff along with any other valuables that look valuable.
Yes.
In a
You're-
land of prison, I'm sure I can find some fucked up, funny stuff.
Oh yes, they actually have everything tagged and named, and yours
Oh,
just
beautiful.
happens to be in 3 question marks.
I'll take mine along with many others that are not my name.
Well, you'll have to roll me a DG20 on that, and we'll figure it out later.
13. I'll take it.
All right, I'll write that down. Okay, I'm just writing this down. Grid roll
Okay.
13.
Got my stuff. Whew.
Okay,
Bonus action, light a cigarette.
and now this 2 are going to start working. So this bonus action, he tosses a bag toward his brother. He dives into here. And he is shoving a lot of big items into that small bag.
Huh.
A 5 and a 9. Okay. And the brother steps in. Another bag in his hand. He looks at everything. Retta, he points to over here. Corner. I think that's your stuff, blue stuff. And then he starts shoving things into his bag. And since he happens to be a lot stronger than his brother, he's throwing more things into the bag. That does not seem to get bigger as they're doing this. So you hear more fighting going on. Retta, you know where your stuff is at. They're clearly not touching your things, but they're grabbing everything else that they can.
I do. Alright, so you see Retta pick up 2 curved scimitars, but the second he picks them up, you hear a as he locks both of the handles together, and he starts spinning this now 2-bladed weapon around. Good. They didn't mess with the balance.
Nice weapon. And then this dwarf in front of you pulls out what looks to be like a very large maul. I like more heavy.
Smaller frame, can't deal with the heavy. Alright, I'm gonna. So, you have said in the past that donning armor is only an action, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna throw my leather armor on.
Yeah, it's the heavy plate armor that takes a little bit longer, but that
Yeah, I
is
just have
because of
regular
all the
ass leather.
parts. Yeah.
I got mage armor.
I'm a mage. And then can I use a bonus action to search for more stuff, or are these guys already stolen it all?
You do need you do require an action to do some thievery here, unless you got something with bonus action like a cunning action.
Nope.
Like your annoying friend over here who's kind of really robbing it.
Then I'm just gonna go guard the doorway, and you can't ready a bonus action, can you?
No.
No.
That's what I thought. Okay, then I'm done.
All right, sign. You see the two doors literally robbing the place.
Right. Got everything everyone needs?
Hold on. And you see both these doors are putting what looks to be like some strange looking rings on them. Ah, perfect fit. My beautiful precious. Yeah, we're ready.
Right. Well, I would say everyone act natural. We'll just walk out the front door. Seems easy enough.
Brother, you hear this guy? We walk out of the prison. They're both laughing at this absurd idea of walking.
Fucking comedy genius over here. I'm guessing I don't see him since he has the stealth symbol.
No, he's ducking. He's hiding under the desk.
Word.
You
Then I
do
suppose that.
walk past Retta in a kind of a very weird stance. He has both his feet planted on the ground and one of his arms, and the blade is like back around over his back and above his head, and he just looks like ready.
That is a very peculiar stance, actually. You know, I'll definitely say it's on Beck. As you're walking by, that mage armor he casted is just kind of a small set of butterflies, purple ones that float around him on occasion. So just a share of info to one another. Okay. And well, I guess if he's hiding, I guess I can dash out. Yep, cigarette still lit.
All right, so that is happening though, because it was going to be the first person that would run past the door.
Cool.
So does a 14 hit you?
14 hit. No, it does not hit my AC.
Okay, so you notice that a crossbow went flying past you from this individual.
I'll flick my cigarette butt and puff out a smoke in the shape of a heart.
And she turns, getting ready to shout inwardly to the room inside. All right, is that it for you, Sign?
Yeah.
So, Retta, you hear this in complete and normal common. It says, Brother, initiate this plan speed. And he kisses the ring in his finger.
Oh, you sons of... I'm pretty sure that's all I get out before.
Zoom. Yes. Let's see, they have 100 feet now. So they can...
I'll remember you!
And at that moment, a dwarf became a tabaxi.
Can I, for flavor text, flick a lit cigarette up in the air for him as he runs out?
Yes, you may.
I absolutely will just kind of like, in a claw motion, throw it at him, light it with a tiefling fucking fire, and...
And it just gets vaporized, and there's just a trail of smoke as this living bush just goes.
All in one drag. Oh, be safe now.
Now's the second one's turn. You come with us, or you'll stay in.
I'm leaving.
So he kisses his ring, and are you willing for him, because he seems like he's about to ready to grab
he's already
you.
picked me up twice, and now I'm just like a helicopter blade instead of two spears.
Okay, so he's not as fast as his brother. Let's see. 45, because he already had 45 movement. So now he has a total of 90. And he just starts running with you, Retta, on his shoulder.
Goodbye,
And it's
horned
just like-
one!
I was like, hurry up, mysterious man! We go!
Oh, sorry, I'm late for tea. We'll meet again. Maybe.
What is tea?
And, So, Sign, since you're still there, you do hear a lot of war going on.
I am just gonna light
Yes.
another cigarette and
Hold
walk
on.
down the street and just
Yes.
go for a
Just
stroll.
remember, this individual shouts, and she's running over with a crossbow.
Oh dear.
It's a light crossbow, but it's still going to possibly hurt if it.
Change of plan. Slight walk turns into a dash.
So I believe a 21 might hit you.
21 might hit me. Do I want it to hit me is the question.
I don't know.
I hate myself. Let's say it doesn't.
Okay, so you know what you need to roll.
Yeah, I gotta get it up. One sec. Okay. It is this. Uh-oh. And then, what is it?
Well, that's a minor.
This? Yeah.
Ah, good. So you rolled a 1 and a 7. So I shall.
One more, I would have been gone. One less, I would have been broke.
Well, I mean, you're only feeling a little healthier, even though
Huh.
you pretty much think that maybe, just maybe, Retta might have benefited more from that. But you're feeling quite a good spry, a little bit of vigor.
Cheers. And I'll just continue my stroll as the tiefling with Siggy.
Who's currently more red than blue now.
Just look at my watch like she'll forget in 15 minutes.
Well, that was nice. You guys made your escape.
I did not know.
Beautiful.
I never thought I would become Dwarf Rider 9000.
Davis, it helps if you like roll above higher than a 5.
Fuck you.
I could not have left in a more badass fashion. I'm okay with life.
Yes, they had something similar to a ring of. They had a ring of speed.
I figured they did.
I
Jesus
would have figured the
Christ.
second I said they both found a similar ring. Initiate playing speed, you motherfuckers.
You
Reddit thinking he's going to be left in a fucking holding the bag.
All right, so we are going to move on to our next participant.
God, that was awesome.
The next contestant on the list.
Mic off.
So,
Yes. Hey, Zarel's here.
Mic
That's
off.
kinda
So-
weird,
It's a little
actually.
epic.
Yeah, hold on. I'll switch it over
Mic
to like
off.
a tavern. Or
Yes.
I need like a. Give me 1 minute. Someone switch it over to like a casino vibe.
yes,
Thank
you're
you.
actually-
I'm ready whenever you are, then, Miser.
All right, just someone switch the music so I can do the.
Please, I don't. Much as I enjoy the fucking Hard Rock Casino.
Let me see.
What's that intense anime about gambling?
Oh, that fucking Kagatori or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
I know it's on like Netflix.
I love that
So,
show.
Mic
during
off.
the interesting chaos that has been
Mic
happening
off.
during the same time of the prison
Mic
break
off.
going across the town, we go to the guild house where adventurers, various informants, marketeers, people who want to find the hub of information come here. And a particular person, a certain Adaria, is looking for information of what her searches and
Charging battery.
most of her funds have been going into, thus leading her to, unfortunately, having only one person come back and just looks barely alive. Araria, sitting before you, is one of the scouts that you had paid quite nicely to search for what you have been looking for, and unfortunately, it seems like of the 3 scouts, this is the only one that has returned back alive. My ribs still hurt. Look, miss, I don't know what you're looking for some certain plans for, but I'm telling you right now, there ain't no amount of gold worth taking to find some legendary herb in this forsaken land.
So Ottery is kind of just listening to her and like tapping her fingers lightly across the table. And then, you know, the darn shame, really, that more of you didn't come back alive. I was thinking of opening another front here, at least for a little bit, to plow some more money. But sadly, business is not, as I could say, well here. And she's kind of like, even though they're telling her that, she's kind of like half paying attention and kind of like mulling it over and like kind of looking past them in a sense. Almost like ignoring what they're saying.
As you say that, the particular individual in front of you looks miffed. All right, give me the rest of my payment, ma'am. This is definitely not going to work out between us. If you find
He'll-
some crazy person, find some crazy people to go with you on a expedition. Either they got a death wish, or they're just suicidally stupid.
She'll slide over a bag of gold as I will say an undisclosed amount currently because I don't have a number off the top of my head. So, and she'll give it to them. Well, I do at least appreciate that two of you are willing to die for something. One of you, rather, are just a broken mess, and at least use that to get a little fixed up.
Right. If you really want to find what you're looking for, the best leads we got is the savage jungle down in the far east.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this much. If you see a big orange, two-footed predator that literally towers over all other things, run. That's all I can give you. And with that, he takes the bag. He starts making his way out.
Sorry. So, as she kind of like looks over and just drumming her fingers along the table, did the scout give her a note or just a report?
He gave you a report.
Okay.
It's not much of a report, really, but
Yeah.
it is a warning of a very large territorial monster that roams the savage jungle. And there's some more key information about it. But a lot of people are, or rather, it and those that seem to follow it are very dangerous, hostile, and have a very wide palate.
I think it's very hard to find good help nowadays. It's not like they just drop out of the sky or anything, and damn near knows I paid enough for those. She'll just kind of slowly start making her way down to the bar, or at least right over here, and take a seat.
As you do so, a particular female sitting along, also drinking and enjoying her position of luxury, looks over to you. So, looking for more suckers for your little quest?
Normally, yes. Though, considering I had to leave my business affairs to come here, it's not what I would consider great, but it is what it is at this point.
Well, can't say there's many adventurers willing to go into the savage jungle or the more further south areas. Heck, though, you want to go near the Thunder Cliffs and the Thunder Coast. Too often now, since apparently there's a living storm dragon running around.
Seems some people just lack, that's what they say. How do you normal human people say, tenacity?
Tenacity can only get you so far before you're dead.
Well,
Man.
people need something to hold on to, and if they can't just keep driving that home, is there nothing better to live for?
Plenty of things. As long as you're alive, you'll find something. Then she motions to the bartender, who looks over, serves you a glass of your favorite sort of drink.
It'd probably be like a very cheap, or not very cheap, very high-end, God, probably whiskey on the rocks with like a splash of some bitter herb.
The man just grunts and just says, "On the house for the last time."
But you'll just start sipping at it. It's like, and what exactly brings you here to this port city? To run a business, to die trying, or something of the like?
So, you know this woman sitting before you. Her name
Mhm.
is none other than Raven.
Okay.
She sits back as well. My sort of business with my husband here. And she gestures to the tavern man who just served you your drink. Our business is running a tavern. Not really our fault people go off and die, but those that come back, make a living, make their own gold, fortune, we just provide the services for them to survive with or to feel comfortable.
That
As
is-
for your expedition, you just gotta find the right people. Those with a death warrant on them, maybe. Vengeance, perhaps. A cause. You just gotta find the right group. Lead them in the right direction. Well, not even lead them, just, well, point them in the right direction.
You expect
Just-
them to just walk through the door, like right away.
Sweetheart, please, no. If you wait for things to come to you, they'll never come to you. You gotta get out there and get it yourself. What, you think I've been sitting here all day, enjoying my drinks, spending time with my hubby here? No, sweetheart. I listen, I hear everything that I can, gather as much information that could be possible. And then, of course, she just takes a long swig of her wine. Sell the information, maybe get a few adventurers that are more enticed to a mystical prize. Gotta have good connections, sweetheart. You can't just let everything get burned.
You see, it was more of the kind of work from the ground up and on your own kind of thing. So connections were, as I could say, not my strong suit, but I'd rather have the tenacity to go through myself.
Then what you might want to need, and she just finishes the rest of her wine, drinking in a very vulgar manner, but pretty clear that she's had quite a lot, and yet she is not showing any sort of signs of tipsy or alcoholism clouding her mind or muddling her thoughts. All I can say is, if you want to put that tenacity to the test, how about getting a few people to, how should I say, go along with you? If you go out there, prove your mettle.
You see me fucking
Maybe
laughing
slay one
like
of those great giant beasties that have been running around the place. That will surely give you some
Heavenly, you can't just
fame
drive
and
your tank
royalties.
through a village to get to a good spot to launch your
I
artillery
do have
shells
one
at
other
bad
question,
guys
though,
that
if you
are
don't
also
mind me
in
picking at
another
your brain
friendly
or your
village.
business
That's
venture,
just,
rather.
I'm always willing to give a little bit of advice for a price, maybe. But today I'm feeling generous, magnanimous.
Y'all fucked up, not me, 'cause
It's
y'all
less of
upset.
a information and more of a
I'm
proposition.
I'm the messenger
Hmm.
here.
I'm listening.
Chinese nitrous
Always
right
in
there.
for the little investment.
Welcome back to World of Tanks, the world's
As
most
you know,
explosive free-to-play where I try to make you laugh with
an owner of
shotgun-based humor.
the Garden of the Stars all throughout Faerun, and have built it up for myself, but sadly I don't have a foothold in this important city yet. I was wondering if I could probably have a little space or something of value to import into perhaps this casino. Maybe a little case, shall we say?
Hmm. Tempting. But you must know that for all establishments there has to be rules
And in case you're new
and
here, we only play with
regulations.
tier 6 or lower.
You need to
that's
run
where
your
new players
merchandise
start. Jumping
with
straight to
the
tier 10 is a
governor,
no-go.
the
You gotta stick in
king
tier 6 or
of
below,
the
'cause,
city
like,
of
sticking
Manzado.
you in a tier 10
If he
is like
approves
sticking
of
a
it,
first-time pilot
especially
in
with
an
all of his
AC-130 instead of a Cessna.
alchemists and people that
Stop thinking
already agreed to
105
it,
millimeter and start thinking
you
like
may be able to make an
25
establishment
millimeter.
a little
That's what we're
selling
working with.
for
We pull
yourself.
up on our little dinky
Plus,
tier 4
if you really
Russian
want to sell it
tanks, like,
without
oh,
the
hey, wow, guys, good game. I'm really glad that we get to play World of
the red
Tanks
tape,
together. And then fucking
you may go to the
having a
marketplace. I
railway
know a
being
few
built with the goose
individuals that skirt the
I'm not gonna
lines.
say the game, but don't act like you didn't hit the church in that.
You ever heard of the
I know you did.
the
Make sure to
two
hit all targets.
dwarf adventurers,
Let me
Harry
roll
and
it.
Larry?
Harry and Larry. Let me roll a history. Fuck, it's 6!
Nope.
Nice.
If anything, it almost sounds like you're just hearing the names of two twins at the very least.
No, enlighten me. I'm quite curious.
Very good little thieves. Well, they're adventurers, but they're also very good at their job. They acquire goods, and they work alongside a individual, a very good individual who has a establishment of selling exotic goods. His name is Jean D. Murderstone.
Seems a bit blunt for a name, don't you think?
Well, considering all things, Murderstone is not so bad, is it? Kind of gives that whole air of intimidation, even though he doesn't fit the role of intimidation.
Well, considering most of the things I wish to sell are for medicinal purposes, and she kind of air quotes medicinal, it would probably be more beneficial to go around some of the red tape, so to speak.
Well, that's about all the free advice I can give you, sweetheart. As I said, go check out John D. and Harry and Larry.
Perhaps I will then. And thanks for the whiskey. I'm quite sorry for having imposed on you for so long, though I do hope I could at least finance some of your business in the near future.
As you say this, there's this golem thing that walks over to you, offers you a mug.
I guess I'll take it. Is it like of mead or?
It's mead.
Okay.
smells
Nah,
very
I'm just down for the whiskey. No, none of that more uncivilized drink. Thank you though.
It just, you hear like what seems like a set of grunting noises, and just it walks away.
Nasty little buggers, aren't they?
Oh, they are the perfect servitors. I don't have to pay any kind of maid or butler or waiter, waitresses. They just get everything done. And all it costs me is just to repair them. And the best part is, their fuel is the very thing that people drink.
So, as I said, perhaps we'll meet again in the future, and I'll wish to put more money into this establishment. For now, I guess I'll make my way to find this Larry and Harry. Hopefully not get murdered in some back alley or something.
Oh, sweetheart, there are worse things than getting murdered.
Oh, trust me, I know. She just starts walking away with her whiskey glass in hand and kind of making her way. Oh,
So, as you do so, you see the various colorful individuals, adventurers, and as you step more out of the bar of this establishment, the guild hall, of course, it is also divided into certain pieces. In the center, there is various dancers dancing almost in sync, and you hear the collection of 3 violin players over here. And of course, various species and races from the farthest corners of Faerun, of Toril, and perhaps even beyond, maybe. But they're all chattering, drinking, making merry, also talking about their own little adventures. And of course, the various amount of robotic servitors that are just running around with their, well, various types of mead and cheap alcohol.
can I just roll like a general insight for like the whole room, just to kind of like be a snooty asshole and kind of just get a insight on all the adventurers as I'm walking by?
You may.
Well, so good.
Yeah, I mean, your pugnaciousness of snootiness is 1 in a million, 100 million.
See, that one's too muscular and looks like dried blood over her mouth. That one looks like he's a bastard of something. That one just looks like he's crazy. That one looks weird. This one's okay, but I'm not a fan of the general. Another high-elf. I don't need someone to challenge my hierarchy. God. Why is finding an adventuring party actually hard as hell?
Well, I see some of them kind of look at your direction. They just shrug and just continue.
She's not saying
drinking.
it out loud. She's kind of like talking under her breath, kind of thing. Just it's more of an internal monologue, but I kind of wanted to roll like a
Okay.
general insight, kind of just to see.
No problem. But yes, you definitely see a wide variety of adventurers, travelers.
Okay.
Some of them are clearly merchants, but they are not as fashionably dressed as a merchant.
Why does that one even wear a mask? I don't understand. I think coming out of Faerun into a weird melting pot of crazies. Slowly making her way out of the inn.
As you step out, you see the 2 large figures just watching and guarding the door. You know them as the bouncers. The absurdly large tabaxi, which you're pretty sure he's some sort of hybrid. He has horns sticking out of his head. And a somewhat mix of a Goliath, and then you probably think there was some ogre mixed in there. You know them, the duel going former or respectively is One Eye Horn and Goth. Gogth. I'll write that name down for you.
Okay, and I'll try for my tongue to pronounce it. Gogs. Oh god. That's gonna roll off the tongue in my accent really well. Well, you gentlemen have a nice night, and Horn, make sure Gogs over here is well fed. He looks like he's starving to the bone, and she just kind of like pats his belly, almost kind of like asinine, but or not asinine, in a kind of demeaning, but not.
Well,
Kind of like a child almost.
You may roll me a history check.
Okay.
This will be at advantage as you've been here a while.
Okay. Hey, 15.
You do know that despite their appearances, neither of these guys are dumb, and they...
Oh, I know. That doesn't mean I'm not going to treat them like they aren't.
True. But you also remember that they are not impartial on eating an occasional adventurer or traveler that crosses their path if they are ordered to by Raven.
Oh, I know. I'm not pissing them off either. I'm just like just the playful jab enough to where, because I not to make them tick, but not enough to like piss them off where I'm gonna get fucking kicked out of this establishment and never come
Yeah.
back.
So One Eye Horn just nods like, have some fun out there, and well, enjoy your expeditions.
Oh, I'll try. One-woman expeditions are never quite fun without a little bit of extra pieces to go along with, or perhaps a few people.
Funny lady. You need more muscle. And you see Grog flex his own. Surprisingly, despite having a large gut, he does have large arms too. You
She
can
kind of
imagine.
lights up. She kind of lights up her pipe as she's like heading out. Oh, trust me, I have all the muscle I need. She just
Very
kind of
well.
lights up the pipe and starts walking into the night.
Well, it's actually it's not nighttime, despite what the map looks.
Okay.
It is
My bad.
currently it is currently right now 10 a.m. Just an hour after a prison break, but news has already traveled. But a lot of you guys don't really care because there's been
Oh
some.
no, I
weird shit
definitely do
going
not give a fuck. I'm going nowhere near the prison, so I would not care.
Now we scroll back a little bit in time to a certain pair of pirates. So, I do apologize for taking this while, but it is session 0. Syndra and Ari, Arzel, you guys are shipwrecked, literally.
Yes, yes, we are.
Sin will look around to see if there's anything worth salvaging from this portion of the boat or the ship.
You may roll me either investigation or survival.
Well, we better go with the important one, right?
So, as you look, especially at the particularly large bag of gold coins that you had been given as forward payment, however, something seems amiss with the bag of 700 gold coins. You may roll me an Arcana at advantage.
Advantage, Arcana.
You never considered it, perhaps due to maybe trying to give a little trust for someone who would pay you up front, especially with a lot of money. But at the same time, it could also have been perhaps a compulsion to not do what you normally do to sniff out counterfeits. You decide to spray a little bit of salt water onto these coins, and you begin to realize that gold does not rust so quickly and then turns green, which you realize that what your dear guest had given you was a bag of 700 copper coins.
She takes a deep breath, wraps it together. Is there anything else on this part of the ship?
Yes, you do see some of your ammunition, food rations. You may roll me a d20 for this. 16. So you see a good portion of your goods, your spell book is well intact and fine. There's some trinkets that you have managed to acquire over the raids that you've done. Food rations seem to be all right. What does bother you, however, is that many of your crewmen are missing, and the ones that you do find are unfortunately
dead on the beach, and some within the waters. Some bodies just floating, broken, battered.
Okay, she will, if there's any near her as she swims through, she will grab them and drag them with her as she
Okay.
comes to shore.
There are some, and with your 16, you realize that most of the other particular crew members of yours are not around, or at least the ones that have a distinct features such as Amanar, Borisia, Smee, and many others of your particular motley crew that hold a significant difference or noticeable features. Arizel, how are you feeling after getting blasted by a living tornado creature?
Well, she takes a minute before she gets up. And as she gets up, she's holding her head because she has felt like she's been thrown around everywhere. As soon as she kind of gets up, wobbles for a second, and makes her way to the edge of the boat, she looks down to see who else is out on the beach.
As you do this, you see that there is your captain, Sindra Gallos, but you don't see your distinctive members of your crew, or the majority of them, but you do see a good number of dead bodies that do wear your crew's colors. A lot of them twisted, broken, mangled. They're all just littering around the beach as well as the waters.
Okay. She gives a sigh and works her way down off of the part of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So from where you're standing in the ship,
Uh-huh.
due to the damage it has taken, it is actually much shorter now. The height is just simply 10 feet. So it's just
Okay.
roll me one acrobatics.
Okay. Oof.
So as you're leaning over, you're not quite expecting the dead to be like this. You've seen dead people before, but not in this callous, uncaring manner and just sewn about.
Yeah.
And you press a little bit too much to the broken rails, and you trip, fall, and take 1 point of damage, smashing into the debris below.
Amazing.
Sindra, you hear a loud crashing thud, and you see your second mate. Little bruised, but alive.
Sin, like, as far as Arizel has ever seen, there is a very weird silence. And, like, this almost cold hate. As Sin is just, like, she hasn't really said anything yet. She's looking through some of the boxes, specifically looking for a bottle of rum, if there is any.
There is. Not as much as you would hope for, but it's enough for at least 2 people, 5 servings each.
Yeah, she just opens it and starts just downing a huge amount of it. I mean, she is kind of probably Arizel could probably make an insight roll if she wanted to.
Yep, you may.
For sure. I'll make an insight.
Mm-hmm. That's a passing. You definitely see Sindra Gallos drinking. You can feel the sense of loss at a magnitude different than what would come from a normal, usual raid. But you also sense that there was a betrayal here, and
Oh, and it's just pure freaking rage too. Like you've seen her like yell at someone. You've seen her stab someone in the face out of like anger for someone cheating or a slave taker. This is black. This is dark. And as you approach, she tosses you a bottle.
Kind of swipes it out of the air, pops off the top, and takes a few swigs or so.
so I need
Yeah,
you
there's better
all.
be.
I need actually yeah, both of you. I need you both to roll me a perception check.
Alright.
So
Yeah, that.
Sindra, you are drowning your well, not really drowning, you are inflaming your anger and your rage. That your second mate, thankfully, always keeping an eye on your back in case something such as this does happen. Let's see. Arzel, you realize as you look at the corpses of your crewmate, 3 of them are twitching, unnaturally so.
Oh boy. Captain, I don't think we want to stay around very long. The corpses seem to be.
Is there any shovels around?
Possibly. You'll have to look for them. But as you do this, let me switch here. Closest to you, Sindra Gallows, one of your normal crew members, gets up in a and it takes a lunge at you. And let me switch to the GM layer.
Do I need to roll initiative?
Yes, you do. As some of your former crew members begin to once again rise as the living dead. And Sindra, you may roll me an Arcana for this. For the briefest of moments, as these undead of your former crew members began to rise, you notice a small spark of electricity in their eyes. As these abominations stand. And what should have been your loyal crew members have now been forcibly and without a doubt turned against you. Initiative.
Oh, I keep doing that. Dang it. Every time. Every single freaking time. You'd think that I'd get used to doing this.
I'll just give you the 17 for now. There you go. Okay.
Thanks.
So, going to sending order. Alright, so, Arizel, one of your former crew members has now risen up as an unholy zombie and is reaching out to your captain. What do you do?
Come on. Hang on. Okay, there we go. I can't get this to work in my favor anytime. I am going to reach across and I'm going to. Oh, I'm trying to think. Will that work? Yeah, I'm going to come behind the zombie or whatever this creature is.
It was your former crewmate.
Yeah, former crewmate. And I'm gonna get behind it to flank. And I'm going to use my. Do I still have all of my stuff on me?
Yes, you guys still
Great.
have all your gear on you.
Great. Cool. I'm gonna use my short sword that I have to attack.
Very
with
well.
it. So.
That hits.
Oh, that does it automatically. No. Does that hit?
No, it does hit.
It does. Okay.
Yes, they don't have a high armor class.
Cool.
And since
Oh,
you
that should have
have
an
an
advantage anyway.
it is an advantage. So you may roll again to see if you get that crit.
Okay. Oof. Nope.
Okay.
Attack with
but
the opposite
remember,
advantage.
since you do have an advantage on your attack, I'll just remind you once, but you do have the option to use your other abilities if you have advantage, since you are a rogue.
Okay.
Sneaky attack.
Yes. I remember. Yes.
So you can roll the extra damage.
Roll the extra damage. Okay. And
You
my
can click
bad.
the
Where
thing
do I
up
roll?
there.
Yeah. What's up?
If it says sneak attack under attack things, you can just click it and it'll roll it for you. But then check it whenever you use it.
Oh, okay. So you mean like it's underneath as a.
Your main attacks
I
for your
will-
weapons, and there should be one that says sneak attack damage. And it'll be like a checkbox, like when you do bless or something.
Oh. Oh, okay. See what you mean.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, and you click the name for it, and it will do the roll the damage now. And future, you just
you
check.
turned them off. So hold on.
I turned it off. So.
I mean, I know it's a lot of extra stuff there, but
Yeah.
it
But-
does help with the combat. So if I
Yeah.
remember correctly, you have a 1d6. So
1d6. Okay. Cool. Cool. And then I should just be able to roll that, and it'll do it for me. Yes.
yes, let me just. One time I'm gonna help with this one. So sneak attack.
Okay.
You don't have any extra armor things. So when you roll for your attacks,
Okay. So it's the global damage modifier.
mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I just
Yeah.
need to click. Okay. Cool.
So
That
you
right?
did a total of 10 points of damage.
Cool.
You lopped off the offending arm that's about to reach over to your captain. It is still standing, though, by the way. But it is bloodied. Well, you see the fresh blood, once again, of your former crewmate being turned into a monstrosity undead thing. Is that it for you, Arizel?
That is. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So this one makes his advance towards you. They do not seem particularly interested in charging or rushing after you. But the one in front will make an attack at Arizel for slashing it.
Okay.
I believe that's a miss.
Yeah. That's a miss.
Sindra Gallos, your crew members have been turned into unholy undead and made to rise.
Yes, how much do you think there's a chance of that one thing happening?
Depends on what one thing you're talking about.
The fact that I went down to first combat with her last time?
Please, no. Please.
Stabbing him. Oh, let's roll this zombies. Well, be here to put your former crewmate to rest as it topples down and does not move anymore.
She just growls. It's a very draconic growl for an elf. Come along. Yes, we don't have a choice. That'll be it for her turn.
Okay. Arizel.
I take a minute to look at the other two zombies.
They are shambling their way towards you, but they don't seem to be in a hurry.
Stack of zombies, and then I start making my way with. Huh?
Okay.
So no, I'm gonna move. So I'm going to follow my captain, if this will let me here. Yep. Try to follow my captain.
Okay. So, you guys are walking away.
Mm-hmm.
As you do this, are either of you looking back?
As they hit like the tree line, Sin would probably give it like one last look back.
Roll me a perception. You're not certain, but you can see that the zombies, the undead, do not seem to be too keen on chasing after such a speedy prey. But at the same time, clearly they do not like being out in the sunlight either. Well, not bad, not bad. Resume our traveling channel. So, Sindra Gallos, you may roll me. Do either of you two have something for navigation, something with tools?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. You may roll that.
What mod? Intelligence or?
I will give you the option of intelligence or wisdom. Okay, so with your navigator's tools, your compass more specifically, as you look upon it, you realize that there's something horribly wrong. The needle is constantly turning. And as you take another look around, you do see in a distance, about a good, perhaps maybe a good 30, 40 minutes walk, as long as nothing gets in your way, that there is a port city, high walls, and I believe, did I have this available to people to see? Yes, I did. And now, considering all my players are now running around wildly in here, I would say, all of you, welcome to the city of Menzado.
Mic on.
How long were me and Sign in jail together.
You
Yeah,
guys
that's
were
important.
together. You guys were together in an on and off weird session of 2 months, although
Oh,
it
you're
was
good.
it was 2 straight full months with Retta, and adding
How
all of
did
them
they beat
together.
me? And how many
Adding
people
them,
got electrocuted? Is actually the better question.
it was why that they had knights down there and kept you with your mouth shut.
About every other feeding time, depending on which guard it was, they most likely saw them get zapped pretty hard.
Oh no, what they did was that they actually got like a large straw thing, like those
Metal prods.
yes, and they just shoved it in your mouth and they just gave you a liquid diet.
Oh, ew. Oh, I know what you're
No,
talking
I'm the
about.
kettle
Like
prod.
the yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They just
Oh,
put a straw
like
in my
those
mouth.
fucking like an IV tube, basically,
pretty
but like a
much.
lot longer.
Yes. But
Just out of curiosity, how long have I been in Minzato? I'm assuming probably recently, since the scout I just heard from them.
actually, you've been there a little bit longer due to the fact that you had sent scouts before.
Okay.
But he's the only one that has come back alive. All the other ones had died.
Okay, so what I would assume then that I came to the city, requested a few scouts while in the
Mic
bar,
off.
made friends with Raven, and then just waited for their answer.
Yes.
Okay.
So currently, I would say right now, Retta is
Mic on.
here because the two dwarves are taking him along.
Going for a journey.
Where are we going?
Let's to our boss. He sells things.
Good.
So. Oh my! Did the map really go there? Okay, there we go.
I was like,
I'm about to
wait a
say.
second. I was like, it should focus.
Guessing.
This
So-
is the highest quality, actually. Holy fuck.
This is very high quality.
God
So
damn.
you're here. And let me get my dwarf people.
So since we left the prison, Retta has detached his scimitars and put them in their sheaths.
Yep, and you see now fully geared. It is very clear who is muscle and who is fingers of the group. All this too, anyway. So during the time, the more hairier one of the two decides to look over to his brother, looks at you, thinks about it, and then it says, "Harry," and he points to the one next to you, "Larry."
You may know me as Retta. It is good
But
that I
you're-
met you this day.
But you're not Red. The one known as Larry, who looks at you very confused.
That is the point. He puts up the hood.
Ah, yes. Follow us. We go see our brother.
All right. Did the horned one follow us?
They turn, look. They shrug.
Eh.
His choice.
Spent many days with him in that jail cell. I only electrocuted him twice.
Nice.
He
Follow.
got in the way.
We go. They start moving pretty quick for for two pairs of dwarves.
Oh shit! I was writing.
I was writing a letter to my mom.
And they do so. You may roll me an investigation, Greta.
14.
Nice.
So you notice that Harry knocks in a particular way when he gets to this section, along with Larry. Almost simultaneously, they just do a.
Dot dot
And
dot dot dot. Was it?
oh,
You heard it.
I think that's what I got.
And stepping out of the surprising rubble is another dwarf who dressed pretty gaudy for compared to the other two. I shall shift Z him.
Fucking Kung Fu dwarf.
It's like, Harry, Larry, my brothers. I don't recall having a third brother.
I am known as Retta. Your brother saved me from that terrible, terrible box.
Ah, it's just a small treasure box that can be liberated. Have you got the goods, my brothers? Allow me to introduce myself. I am...
I only took the things that owned myself. They took everything else.
Ah, you are charitable. That's good. I am John D. Murderstone. As are my brothers, Harry Murderstone and Larry Murderstone. And
It is good to know your full titles. I am Retta the Blue.
So, I will show this one to everyone.
Fucking, I hate it.
I sell goods.
I sell things.
That is amazing.
Take
So-
a look at my wares.
So here's a question: is Sign actually attempting to follow Retta?
I'm probably just carousing around town, waiting for fucking this to kick in after a while, so I'm off the hook.
Okay.
So, I spelled it J-O-N-D Murderstone.
John D.
Oh, John D. Aha.
It's
there's
literally
a
right
thing
there, G.
right
J-U-N-D-I.
there. And I'm
Yeah.
stupid sometimes.
But yeah, he's probably just carousing around town with his cigarettes.
Making his
Very
way downtown.
unique smell.
I would probably remember the smell most likely.
I always smoked. I came in smelling like smoke and came out smelling like smoke.
I mean, I think the one who got the best whiff of it was Harry when he blitzed right by.
Literally gave him a cigarette.
Fucking Blitzkrieg. Let's go.
Harry, you smell of the horned one.
Really? Wait, horn. He stops for a moment. You can clearly see he looks confused. There
Do
was
not
only
smell
one
the
horn
smell
one.
in your beard.
Yes, there was someone with a. And he kind of does the motion of a cigarette.
Reddit tilts
Oh.
his head like 45 degrees, like you don't remember?
I think so. Larry, do you remember the shady one? No, I remember horn one here, and he points to Retta. Then we executed Plan Speed.
This is intriguing. I will inquire
And-
further later, but for now, I do need a place to rest. Most of my left half was burnt horribly.
You recover quickly.
I do,
as
yes.
Jean D. As Jean D just kind of pats you, friendly in manner. It's not
I'll shake his
any
hand.
way.
I like hold my hand
Cool.
out. I understand this
He shakes.
common
he gives you-
bag.
He gives you the warrior's handshake, shakes you by the wrist. Good, you got strong grip. You'll be a great dwarf one day.
I am no dwarf.
You're with us. You are now considered brother.
I will take this up, my new friend.
Good. Well, you need what word to hear. This is more of the back alleys of the marketplace.
I do not
We handle
enjoy
the-
the populated areas. They're filled with the disgusting meaty ones. They have no scales. Their flesh is exposed. It's disgusting.
Ah, then he needs to grow big beard.
See, this is why I enjoy your company. You hide your disgusting flesh by hair armor, I assume.
You see Harry trying very hard not to laugh, but he's just wheezing. Yes, well, you may rest here for now. At least until we start moving to another location. Work on more business associations, I suppose. Ah, brothers.
If
Brothers.
if the tall
Continue.
ones had not taken my gold, I would repay you in kind, but unfortunately, I am what you know as Baroque.
Ah, worry not. We shall revel in whatever spoils of our, I suppose, expedition to the metal box of treasures. As Jandi's his fingers kind of wiggle a little bit, and both brothers, Harry and Larry, prepare to. As you can much tell that these bags that they're carrying are magical, and the three of
Yes,
them.
I've seen these before. They are quite useful. Unfortunately, I've left mine at home with my sister.
That means you're a good brother, and she is good sister. She is watching out for you.
I owe her much, but yes, we should continue on. I do not
Good.
like standing in the streets like this.
No need. Follow. We have special hole of our own,
Good. Oh, to be underground once again.
which it is actually underground. It looks like they looks like they are going into a worn down building. But as you step into it, you see that the stairs are not going up, but down. And more down. Looks like a cellar.
Yes. Fine construction.
Ah, temporary. We only just cobble up some wood and clay together. Are you alright with ants?
They are delicious.
Ah, good. I give 3 of these to you for free. And he gives you 3 fried ant skewers. Which are very big ants. You're pretty certain ants don't grow this big.
These are much larger than the ants I am used to, but I thank you.
Ah, there are plenty further out in the desert lands, the burning plains, and the flatlands. Ah, but we rest. We celebrate our... Well, we want to see how much treasures we have escorted from the prison. Always a good place to take that from the criminals and those who, well, are not going to miss it.
I am just grateful that they did not take my claws, for if I had, I would have to. I will not explain.
Ah, no need. We understand. They are part of you. Of course, if you had not escaped it, we would have to actually acquisition it. But since you had come with us and followed us along, as these are the brothers Harry and Larry are talking, we did not touch. It is as saying, all fair in the line of acquisition.
I
We will not
understand
hold
this
it against-
greatly. When I would take down ships, I would take their flags, their pride.
Yes. That's interesting to take on ships. You had crew?
I did not need a crew. I was much larger.
Ah. Huh. All 3 of them are grunting, thinking this really hard as unison. Almost like a hive mind as each of them are eating a sand ant skewered. Much to think about, but we go ahead and rest now. We have some alcohol. You alright with mead?
What is this mead? But I will absolutely enjoy it, as you are now my brothers. Not by blood, but by spilled blood.
That sounds good. We also are like that. Oh, where is... So, as I said this, you hear something wobbling out from Shadow,
Reddit pulls out both of his
walking.
blades and gets ready.
and it just has this big tray. It says, "Yep, it is brought
Ah.
the mead."
Your slave. And he just flips both swords and puts them back.
Ah, not slave, it was acquisition. Someone forgot it, lost it, we just took it, repaired it. Good price.
Ah, an acquisition, yes.
It walks over to you, holds tray.
I will take.
It is mead. It is bitter and sweet.
This is quite delicious. One of the
Walks
things I've
over-
never had before.
Hmm.
I've not met many of your kind as tall as I. But I enjoy your company more than most. The other ones are weak and do not be brothers of battle as we are.
We always go as fast as possible to acquisition rare treasures. If no one wants them, of course.
I enjoy this fact, and I might take up this creed of yours.
Excellent.
I have a question as we drink this mead.
Yes.
Do you know a man? A spellcastery type, the name of Ed Dominguez.
Now I'm gonna roll an intelligence for all three of them. All right.
He should be newer to this land.
Of course he would know. So, Jean Durf, perhaps you wear black robes,
Yes, he does.
had an eye patch thingy or monocle
I believe so.
eyeball thing.
That's Cole. I believe so. I don't have the token on me.
Possibly. You do recall he
second.
wear something of a monocle.
Scroll. There he is. Yes! And he had several floating orbs. But the main thing is that he had several bodyguards of a stolen mind.
Well, he did have something like bodyguards. Were they wearing full plate armor?
Yes. He hides their faces.
Ah, the red, the black one, and the horned one.
Yes, the horned one is most formidable.
They don't really talk much, do they, though?
They do not, but they fight well.
Yes, we saw him prior. A couple of months ago. No. Yes.
Do you have a
was
timeline? I apologize, but finding this man is my mission.
He is odd one. He comes back and forth.
I would suggest not doing business with this man, for he will
Ah,
always
no.
win.
He smelled a bad karma. Don't want to deal with him.
This
Especially those three walking next to him. They are dreadful.
You have a good nose, my brother.
Very well. Let us
Well,
drink.
This Dominguez has done something terrible to me in my past, and I wish to explain why.
Very well. We will speak about this in drink and food. Come. The day is still young. Let's make merry, and then, upon the setting of the sun, we shall set out to the dark market.
Yes, I enjoy the dark, for the light is too bright.
You will enjoy it indeed. Indeed. And they start sharing with you some more luxurious sorts of food. You're pretty certain that this is definitely their acquisition rewards. Some of it tastes very
could
sweet.
absolutely indulge like there's like nothing wrong with this, and he doesn't understand common courtesy, because he doesn't.
That's fine. They don't either.
Yeah.
They're just eating with their hands.
Dwarves are the best people for Reddit to run into, really.
All right, so
He
as
eats his fill
Reddit
and
is,
drinks his fill, and he probably understands his limits, so he'll get a little tipsy, but nothing that will inherit his natural abilities.
So here's now a question. So Mariner, is
up, buddy?
your character going after the Jean Deere
Yeah,
lead?
that'd probably be like she probably has some connections, but outside of like Raven, she probably hasn't made many footholds because she was more hoping that her scouts would have been done a lot better than they did. Okay, Mariner rolled like shit for my scouts.
Mm-hmm. So please roll me a investigation at advantage because Raven did help you.
Hey, I don't have anything in this. Cool. Holy Jesus! What the fuck?
Well, lo and behold,
Shit, I
You
knew
are
the
here.
exact address.
You know
you're
his
here.
fucking serial number.
So, Ataria, so thanks to the information you've been given by Raven and how to find Jonder, you realize that he is in the back part of the marketplace, away from everybody else, and probably is surrounded by questionable.
If I want to flavor text this, considering she did Raven tell me he was a dwarf or no?
Yes.
Then I would
Yes.
imagine he probably wouldn't be in a main marketplace because general.
His
Well,
name his name alone should be proof
Oh
enough.
yeah. Especially with a name like Murderstone, I feel like because since Ataria's business or background is like a business-esh background, she would at least have a general idea of, oh, they're probably not in the front trying to say, hey, my name is Murderstone, let me just sell my wares to you. But yeah.
But yeah, you definitely. Oh, I gotta roll these guys because they're not being stealthy at all. So this is all the disadvantages now.
Should
Just
I
fucking
roll a
walk
stealth
out-
at disadvantage too? Because I'm definitely also not being stealthy.
Sure.
Oh god.
Why the fuck?
Phoebus, why?
Lol.
Okay, well, someone rolled a nat one, so I literally hear.
That's
Oh,
probably
fuck.
the barbarian.
No, that was actually Jean Durham himself.
Oh yeah, no, John.
I imagine he raised his voice a little too high.
Oh yeah, he's singing the songs of his ancestors.
Ah, what a simple-minded race, dwarves are. At least there you see the pinpoint, and I'll just start making my way where the sound's coming from.
Oh yeah, it's definitely coming.
Once there was
to-
a ship that went
Like the
to
point-
sea.
Like to point out, the only one that passed my passive was actually fucking Retta. 'Cause my pass is a 15.
Kicked your ass.
I didn't put it.
So, Ataria, you
Yes.
come across a building, and the stairs are leading downward, where all the noise is coming from.
All right, she's not stupid, so I'm not about to fucking just walk.
I smell
So
the
she's
horned
like-
one.
No, but I'm pretty sure mine's
Are you not
different
smoking?
than what he had.
No.
Oh. Well, mine's probably different from comparably.
It's definitely different.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
There's
Considering
cigarettes
mine's-
and tobacco.
Yeah, mine's not just tobacco.
Mine's not
Mine's-
from this dimension.
Technically, mine's from the Feywild too, but
Oh, cute.
I know.
So, anyway, Retta, you see the machine or the weird construction. Look up and looks around and begins to proceed going up the stairs. And Jean Durr says, "Oh, we got customer."
All the dwarves
Again.
hear is shh as both the blades come out.
Ah, worry not, Retta. If they're here for business, we can make a good deal. But if not, we just get more acquisition.
And
Dear
there's a-
Lord, I'm
there-
about to
there-
get fucking murdered.
There's a quick flip and a flourish as they both go back into the sheaths.
So,
I will trust you, brother.
upon hearing that, out of I'm gonna have to get the name right.
Ataria is probably the best way to
Ataria,
say
there
it.
we go.
Yeah.
So, Ataria, you are greeted by what looks to be like a shoddier, busted up version of the Kegger machines that Raven owns.
How did Raven's little toys get out here? I'm
It
quite
gives
curious.
you
It looks like it tries to give you a courteous hat.
I'll take a free hat if it's giving me a hat.
No, it does not. It just kind of goes to an empty space where a hat should be.
Oh, I understand, and
And then
probably
it
not
says-
going to bow to a machine, but I'll just give it like a little pat on the head, I guess.
It accepts it, and it steps onto the side, gestures its arms, and you see a dwarf standing, walking up the stairs. Ah, interesting. I don't see your high breed often around here. I am Jean Deers Murderstone, but you wouldn't be here if you were not here to see me, of course, for the wares. Are you customer, or perhaps you need acquisition?
I would say acquisition is currently what I am interested in, though not. I'm looking more for an acquisition of a group, rather, or people.
Hmm. We don't do slaves, you know.
Oh, no, I think you misunderstand. I'm here looking for adventurers, and Raven had referred me to you as a way to at least get my foot in the door.
Lady White Death. Yes, I understand.
I would like to meet this White Death. He whispers over to the nearest brother.
They both just get thumbs up simultaneously. Yes. Do they need to be your adventurers? Do they need to have some sort of standards that you look for? I know you.
As long as they are willing to kill and not stab me in the back, I'm down for anything, quite honestly, at this point.
We have some brothers. I have a few brothers that might be interested.
Why would you stab the
But of course.
employer?
One other thing also, before you head off, is I'm a business owner in a far and off the coast, or can't talk, in Faerun of a certain business venture known as the Garden of the Sea, or Garden of the Stars, and we sell medicinal and other helpful products. And Raven had also mentioned that I could get my foot in the door with them here through you, for certain acquisitions, so to speak.
You wish for dark market then?
Perhaps I do.
Brother Redda.
Yes, new brother.
I think
Wanders
I
up.
may found you a new friend. She also wants to go to dark market.
You would enjoy the place of darkness.
So
I mean, normally I could see through darkness, so yes.
I can as well. This is a good trait to have.
So Ataria, you see this well, Jeebus, you may describe.
So
Redda.
there is a 3-foot by head, 4-foot by ears kobold with a very pronounced horn on the tip of his nose. A key factor is that most blue kobolds that you've seen are very deep dark blue, and he is a very light sea blue. So he's kind of he's kind of a wrong color, and his eyes instead of a blue are a bright orange.
And kind of describe what you see. You basically see a about 6 foot tall high elf woman with kind of long white flowing hair and like what looks like a interesting kind of crafted pipe just kind of in her hand, and she's kind of will occasionally kind of bring it to her mouth and just smoke it out and just let it into the air.
Retta's gonna say something. Retta's like looks at you, looks up and down, sees the ears, kind of sees the noble. You were one of the fancier types, the ones that do not enjoy my company because I am what is known as brash.
Personally, I prefer some of the brash types because they're the ones that are willing to do all the dirty work.
This is good, because I do not like being above ground, and dirt is underground.
Agreed. Very well.
That's why I enjoy my new brothers.
Would you see two doors, and then one of them seemed to have just suddenly vanished into the shadows of the basement. You do see the eyes But it's just looking at you.
Okay, for now, then, do we have a deal then? Is it fuck him, John D? There we go.
Yeah.
John D.
What are we making deals for? Have I been purchased? Am I now a slave?
No.
Good, I was about to
It
kill
is
you.
more so for instructions to the dark market, and do you care to come with me on, let's say, an expedition of sorts?
Will this expedition help me find my quarry? He looks it over at Jonda. John D.
Yes. Yes, brother Retta.
Then yes.
The one you look for. He leaves Manzaro often, either through the sea, he points more northward, or deeper into the lands. Don't know what he is up to, but
I would like, I'm sorry, I kind of take over the DM spot. Can everybody roll kind of like a perception? He's going to roll a sleight of hand. Miser, I bet you can figure out what he's doing. He's going to deal with his necklace.
18.
they're not gonna bother. So
Yeah, so you see him go under his armor, grab a it looks like an arrowhead, and kind of just like hold it up and look down at it quickly. Is it directed him inland or out to sea?
inland.
Are we going to sea? Or are we going on land?
Oh, we're definitely going further inland, dear. We're looking for
Then I shall accompany
something.
you.
This kobold is very eager.
Yeah. Altaria
Anyway.
holds out her hand, then Altaria, and she holds out her hand to Retta.
You may call me Retta. Retta the Blue. And he shakes your hand. He actually holds out his left hand first, and then fucks up, and then just switches over to right.
Like I imagine, he tries to shake her hand, and he just collides it with it, and oh wait, I know this.
Very well. So we got two of you who wish to go to the dark market. If you find anyone else interested in going to the dark market,
We should find the horned one. I assume he shall be able to accompany us. I feel our fates are entwined. 'Cause
You
my
have
necklace-
another friend with you.
I do not have a friend with me, but he was in the same cell as I.
you can see Harry and Larry. They look genuinely confused. It's like, but this is the only horn one, right? Right out this horn one, but it must be the blurry one, right?
Are you sure you're not taking some of my medicinal drugs?
My eyes do not lie, and I do
drugs?
not know what a drug is.
Oh, I have much to teach you then. And
If
so
they will hamper my internal abilities, I will not like these drugs.
they're more so minor to induce a more relaxed nature. Think of it as a
Why would I want to
calming
be
of the
relaxed?
emotion.
I will always enjoy to be on guard. Do you have a drug that will always keep me on guard?
If you wish to be hardwired, there's probably something I could run through. Something of a. I think some of the others call it caffeine. God, I slaughtered that way too hard.
What is this? Coffine.
Thank you. Imagine it as if you never have to sleep for about 8 hours.
Good, I used to never sleep.
This will work
Come,
well.
we shall go to this darkness market.
It will come when. Ugh.
It is still daytime, so we shall go enjoy more of these ants.
And
And
That's
Mod.
Ataria, you see Mead, and and you also see what looks to be like a very, very large ant, about half the size
hold on,
of.
I gotta roll something.
And Reddit eats it in one bite.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, let me roll one other thing real quick for myself. Reminds me of some of the stuff the druids used to try to feed me. Not horrible, but it'll do. And I'll probably take a bite of some of them.
Very well. Since you are willing to go to dark market, this one will be unhoused.
Reddit looks at Larry. Druid?
Shrugs.
Nods.
Anyway, now for the last scene. So, sign.
Hello.
Hey, I've seen this map a million times.
We've been
No
here.
heresy.
It's great.
So you are
It's a great town map.
I know.
Look up.
you're carousing over
Mic
here.
off.
Oh, this is a big map. Fucking hell.
Yes. By the way, also, is not populated with specific individual tokens as of yet, since
What
It
about
was-
the Atlantic tokens? Thank you. I'll be here all week.
no
Mic
worries.
on.
But
Take 1d6 psychic damage.
Sindra Gallows and Arizel, you will be coming here.
Mic
South,
off.
as you. This is the South Plaza Gate of the city of Manzado. So, starting with Sign, you managed to, well, with the hilarity, insanity of the two dwarves and your horned friend, managed to cause enough chaos that you have left and begun to carouse. People give you a quick glance, but then they just kind of just glaze over and look elsewhere, no longer really concerned or even bothering with you.
Always
the
will be.
markets are bustling, but it's clear that it's one of those days that nobody's really selling anything of value or interesting trinkets. And of course, you are kind of running low on cash.
Yeah. I do need to carouse through the all fancy, not even fancy, but items that I borrowed with no intent to give back. I
Of
would like to
course.
look through those if I have those. I don't even know how many I grabbed.
You grabbed quite a bit, actually. Which is why I will have to give you that after the game session.
All fair. Well, I'm a broke bitch.
For now.
What do I have to sell? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, guess
And
I'll
as
just
for-
browse.
And as for our good pirates, as you head up, oh wait, where is?
I'm just lagging
ours-
behind. It's fine.
Okay, no problem.
No.
So, Arizel, oh, because I got these guys on the GM layer. No wonder why they're not showing up. I'll worry about them later, though. Anyway, so you enter the city of the port city of Manzado. The guards look at you funny at first, but they just kind of shrug it off, and you even hear the words like possibly suffered from venturing. Yeah, they look like they got hit by a tidal wave. But they don't harass you, they don't impede you. They just give you quick little laws of just mind your manners, don't cause any kind of trouble, and respect the law, those kind of things.
Yeah, Sin would have just like nodded her way through it, like, come on.
They let you go on as you enter, and I just realized why things are looking the way they are, because let me move back and just do GM grab everything. Because I do have characters
Mic
here,
off.
but they're just not on the right layer. There we go.
Charge complete.
And that's not all of them. So, you continue onward, and you see some heavy metal guards, but none of them look anything close to the three particular individuals that had, well, escaband with the troublesome clientele that had left your humble abode and ditched you with the living typhoon.
Yeah, Arizel just kind of follows her captain, lost in thought, after all of that just happened.
And Sign, as you proceed southward, you do see some interesting figures.
Ah, as interesting as they get.
Yeah.
Like
you see-
Lion Man and Purple Cowboy.
Yeah, as interesting as they could get, yes.
I miss 100 years ago when the fashion sense was way better.
You do hear some shouts of the marketeers, some of them talking. You do see some people gossiping here and there.
Well, suppose my first order of arrangement is to get some money. I guess I'll look around for some jobs wanted. Some odd jobs. Or even the two fucking dwarves. Because, hey, I saved their asses. The least they can do is compensate.
You may roll me a investigation or insight.
I'm better at insight. 10. Rolling great, guys. Fantastic.
You are.
Dude, we're all rolling hot this session. I don't know
Well-
what you mean.
Bunch of meat bags with a bunch of food.
My
About what
God.
I
Fuck
expected.
you all.
Roll me a perception while you're at it.
My God.
Oh my god.
Damn. Well,
They're for the week.
yeah. I can't help
God.
you on that one. So, making your way in. So wait,
Fucking not a care in the world.
I'm just trying to figure out. So why is it that your token became a square? I should have.
I don't know what's going on with that. Like, I don't.
I am the squire.
No,
Yeah.
worries, I'm just
Uh,
wondering. I just saw it. I'm
I
like, wait,
can't even
something's
see
wrong.
Az's token, so.
Yeah, neither can I.
It's
Jeez.
gone now.
But yeah, it
Yeah, no, I
deleted it.
Oh,
Oof.
There.
there's the circle.
Circle Man.
Oh,
Hello.
thank goodness.
I was wondering.
I have become the circle.
It has become circle. Whoa.
I think Az might not might not be experienced with the drag and drop method. A lot of you
I've
know.
always had DMs do that for the entirety of it, so
Yeah.
I've never once really been able to do much of that.
We don't do that here. We make.
Well,
we do.
I'm working on getting used to it. I'll be
Welcome to the
practicing for a
wolf,
while.
and motherfucker.
Welcome to the Wildlands.
We have 300 other tokens to deal with. You can deal with one.
So
That works. I'll figure it out.
Syndra and Arizel, you see an interesting particular individual that's just walking by and puffing a large amount of smoke and walking away. But it is a heavy amount of smoke. You think he's having a chimney problem.
Everyone just smoking in this.
Yeah.
This is the smoking. This campaign was brought to you by Camelback Camel, whatever the fucking cigarette company are.
Just Camelback.
What the heck?
Yeah,
Alright.
rain is gone.
Ew.
Nice.
Camel's gross.
All right.
I mean, you're not wrong, but.
So, if you guys are looking for gossip or listening for anything, you may roll me investigation at advantage because these guys are not really hiding it; they're just chatting out loud.
You know?
You said investigation?
Yes, at advantage because these guys are not hiding their gossip and talk.
My dumbass rolled a 6.
Roll better.
Some mighty fine purple cowboy hat you got there.
Wait. Sign. I didn't see your roll. Oh, wait. Is that? No, that's not it. I said
Oh, I
talking
can
about
roll
his
again?
perception.
Sick.
yes.
Hang on.
Wait,
Time to roll hot, boys.
At advantage.
360. I'm nuts. Oh, even at advantage? Oh, even better. I'm nuts. Huge.
Okay, so starting from bottom to top. So, Arizel, you're hearing stuff about something of a dark market that is open only during the nighttime of the city of Menzato in the more backer alleys or less crowded areas. There's certainly not this sort of area. Syndra, you hear the same thing, except you hear the interesting talk about certain dwarves and gun-ho sort of people that like to employ themselves to get there and look for rough and tough scallywags, rough riders, various individuals that are willing to take any sort of job for regardless of how dangerous it is, as long as the price is right. But you also hear an interesting rumor of a frequently visiting road figure with 3 armored units that walk with him. Sign. You hear this as well, this sort of information, but you also hear an interesting tidbit that there are possibly blood matches that happen within the dark market in order to test the mettle of said individuals. However, in order to even enter the dark market, you must either have a sponsor or pay a hefty sum of an entry fee. As for what the entry fee is, it is dependable and changes depending on the race and sex of the individual entering.
Time to walk. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna not interact with that because no. Although,
That's an absolute no. Sorry.
but I'll look. It's gonna be fun. See who has the fucking hearing of a god.
Well, they do.
Mic off.
These are just unique individuals, but there is a lot of people talking. Some of them are chattering, even though this dark market is supposed to be all hush-hush. It's clear that there's more to this particular market style than meets the eye.
It's the most unhushed market I've ever heard in my life. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose I'll go up. Just kind of do the casual, just smoke, slide, smoke, slide.
This individual turns. You see him smoking more, and he kind of just blows his column of smoke at you. It's like, "You following me, boy?"
I was following the smoke trail, actually. What brand is that?
Dragon's Heart.
Dragon's Heart.
Yes.
Did you buy it around here? I'm actually looking for some more cigarettes. I'm running quite low.
But you actually realize he's not smoking a cigarette.
It's a fat fucking cigar.
Yeah, he has a really.
You know what? I need one for my vacation times. Do you know where I can actually get one?
These were specially acquired.
Oh? How specially acquired?
They're only available after sundown. Good price. One of these is silver here. But back home in Toril, especially by Waterdeep, they go by a gold.
That is quite exotic. Wow. You learn more every day. Say, would you think there's any more brands, I don't know, elsewhere? I am quite the experimenter with tobacco.
He thinks about it. He takes another big whiff. Tell you
Don't
what.
worry, I'll cause no trouble. You won't even know I'm there.
Right. We shall see. There is, as I said, most of the more entertainment value goods are in the market after sunset.
Mic off.
I'm sure you must have heard about it.
I can't say I've caroused it, but my interest has been piqued for quite some time.
Yeah, he get all the better exotic goods during that time.
Exotics are not much. It doesn't matter if it's exotic or
My
extremely
gosh.
common, as long as it's good, right?
Again, that's what makes it all the better.
See, you get it. That's probably why you're more accustomed to the market. Say, I'm a little new to the town. I actually wouldn't quite know how to get there. Is there any, I don't know, some sort of direction I should take? I get lost quite easily.
Mic off.
I don't know my way around town yet.
Back alleys, follow a couple of dwarves. There's a wry smile on his face as he says
Dwarves? I don't know, equally as heavily bearded as you.
this. Well, if you got the guts, you can follow me around. I tend to go restock my supply later tonight.
Oh no, I'll find my
Mic
own way.
off.
Don't worry. I'll pass without a trace.
Good. He kind of just steps to the side. He walks over here. He starts investigating some of the cart items within the area. Still smoking a chimney.
Mic off.
Getting 10 gold that the horned one's there. I only have 10 gold. Actually, I have 13. We're doing positive, boys. To the moon.
Did Sin overhear any of that conversation?
You may roll me a perception.
Mic off.
You heard about a good half of it, mostly from what the dwarf was saying. You didn't hear what the gentleman that the dwarf was talking to. He almost looked like he faded out of existence and was not that important looking.
God, I'm down to 20. How
Sin
did I
kind
go
of just
through 6 cigarettes?
Sin just kind of looks at him for a moment. How much for sponsorship?
You're talking to me, Missy?
I can't say it wasn't hard to overhear. But it seems like the market is the place where someone I need.
He
owes
walks
me
over.
money.
Oh. Need some kneecaps broken?
Depends. Word has it that people don't mess with him.
Ah.
Man with a monocle, 3 armored guards.
You're referring to, oh, hot stuff indeed. Not to saying you're not pretty looking, but that's some hot stuff you're trying to handle right now, Missy. Sure you got what it takes to go after, Mr. Matthias?
Since upper lip kind of twitches.
To do not have a flare. Church does not have a flare.
You see, normally I would be after just 1,400 gold minus the copper he left me.
Another thing you should know is that
But
all
I'm down
tanks
an
are the
entire
most
ship
chaotic
that I've had for
sections
65
I ever
years.
have. Because
And
you
I
get into
don't
a
know
squad
where
of
most of
3,
my
I've always
crew
got
are,
buddies
and
doing
the other
dumb
ones
shit in the
just decided to
background
stand
while
up
they're
and
ready to
start
play,
trying to
like
bite
dirtbag
me
Dustin
and take my
laughing like a
flesh.
clown.
So I'm a little bit beyond giving a fuck. And it just like gets this like real deep draconic growl.
You see his red eye, or at least a weird looking contraption that should be an eye, but then you realize it's part of his head too. Kind of just looks at you, the red intensifies. He takes another heavy puff, blows it to the side, showing a nice respect of not blowing in your direction. Yeah, I get that. Then, very calmly, because the thing is still quite lit, he puts it out with his own bare hand. Shh. Right. So, you want to get into the dark market? Well, just like I told the, kind of turns, looks towards Sign's direction, but for a brief moment looks over like, He's probably more shadier than Mr. Matthias.
That you defuse bombs or motherfuckers.
Anyway.
Perfect example is when I was trying to explain the Nito holiday operation to
Tell
my
you what,
buddies. Like you've got
I'll give
4
you
festive snow maidens,
a free
you can recruit
pass.
to drive your tanks, a double
Or rather,
barrel object
I'll be your
703
sponsor for,
tank you can unlock.
I'm guessing
And I
that's
was
your
rudely interrupted
crewmates
by
from what
Heavenly
you're
going
saying.
AFK to fight some kind of toilet demon with a plunger.
Did it spring out of the toilet and like
How
suction
about
into your
this?
face?
You
That
rig
shit
yourself,
jumped on me like a fucking Venom symbiote and tried
you
to
have
make
one
me
already, so
sick
maybe
everywhere. I was like,
another
"Yeah."
See what I mean? These videos are
3
super
more
fun
people
record, super
to
fun
help
to
you.
make,
You
but
need a little
very
party.
chaotic, very random. Hard
Enter
to
the blood
organize with all this
sport.
shit going on.
It's a little coliseum of
Can we
blood.
get a...
Now, I know, I understand what you're thinking. Why should you go through all this trouble? So,
Now,
let me do a proper introduction of myself. And he very calmly goes into his very ripped up leathered, but it almost seems like it's a style for this guy. Pulls out a card, and it's silver. A very nice silver card. Burnman Bloodstone. I'm one of the, how should you say, privateers of the dark market.
Mic on.
And with that, we're going to end this session.
Great intro. All right, I'm excited for the next session,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna let everybody, like, if you want to send out your socials, this would be the time. I'm gonna start. I'm on Twitter at Jeebus the Dingus, and I'm on Twitch at Jeebus the Dingus.
She always streams on it.
I have yet to actually stream any of these sessions. I've been thinking about it. And I probably should, but yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anybody
Yeah.
else that actually wants to shill their shit out, even though we have like 1 viewer and it's usually us?
You
No, I'm
wouldn't want
good.
my
I don't
socials.
have- Yeah,
You wouldn't
Jesus.
want my socials.
My
No,
socials
this
are
is
filled with a bunch of anime. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna say,
Jesus.
I was
I was
talking about
about
the
to
people who
say-
usually, like, make a living on the internet.
Lol, couldn't be me.
same.
So,
OnlyFans.
We have an artist in the party, and I don't know if he wanted to shill himself or not.
Maybe next time.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the stop
1-800
recording button, and I will
Ar-
cut literally all of this out.